Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting of the Legislative Commission's Budget Subcommittee to order. Good morning, everyone. We're sorry for the delay. We were waiting for a plane from Reno, and so we have a couple people who will be a little bit delayed. So welcome to the first of the 6 pre-session budget hearings. During these meetings, we will begin to take the first looks at the governor's proposed budget for the upcoming biennium. I would like to welcome everyone joining us here in Las Vegas, those joining us via video conference in Carson City, and those listening online. I am Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop, and I will be chairing the meeting today. Before we get started, I'd like to go over some quick housekeeping rules and items. First, I'd like to remind all committee members and members of the public to turn off or mute any of your electronic devices. Second, for those who are providing testimony today, please remember to state your name for the record before you begin speaking. This meeting is being video conferenced between 2 locations and also broadcast online. So it is important that we keep an accurate record of who is speaking. Lastly, if you are presenting and have a business card, please provide your business card to the committee secretary before leaving the committee room today. And now we'll move into our first item on the agenda. And will the committee secretary please call the roll?
Assemblymember Anderson, Assemblymember Backus, Assemblymember Brown-May.
Here.
Assemblymember Dickman, Assemblymember Hafen, Assemblymember Hibbets.
Here.
Assemblymember Hadigi.
Here.
Assemblymember Koenig. Assemblymember Moscow.
Here.
Assemblymember O'Neill.
Here.
Assemblymember Torres Fawcett. Assemblymember
Here.
Watts.
Here.
Assemblymember Yeager.
Here.
Senator Buck. Senator Canizaro.
Here.
Senator Neal.
Here.
Senator Wen.
Here.
Senator Stone.
Here.
Senator Taylor. Senator Titus. Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Chair Dondero Loop.
Here. And please mark Senator Taylor and Assemblyman Hafen absent, and please mark Assemblywoman Anderson and Assemblyman Koenig present as they arrive. Thank you very much, and we'll move on to agenda item number 2, public comment. This is the first period of public comment. There is another period at the end of today's meeting. Due to time considerations, each person providing public comment will be limited to not more than 2 minutes. Please remember to state and spell your name for the record and then begin your statement. To call in to provide testimony during the public comment period, you will dial 888-475-4499. When prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 883-1454-2928 and then press pound. When prompted for the participant ID, just press pound again. The calling information is also provided on the agenda online. We will begin the public comment here in Las Vegas, then move to Carson City, and lastly over the phone. Those with us here in Las Vegas, is there anyone wishing to provide public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wanting to provide public comment? Not seeing any. VPS, is there anyone on the phone?
Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, We will go on to the first item number 3, the executive budget overview. But before we start that item, Majority Leader would like to take the floor for a minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate you giving me a bit of time. As we begin today's budget subcommittee hearing, I want to sort of address a few things with the committee and with folks who are watching, because we have some very serious issues that have arisen with the governor's recommended budget, which was delivered to the legislature, as you know, last Wednesday, alongside the governor's state of the state. Within hours of receiving the budget last week, we noticed and it became clear to us that there were major structural issues and that this budget is likely not balanced. As we've taken the long weekend to more thoroughly review it, we and our staff have confirmed that the budget is in fact not balanced, and specifically have made several findings that are very concerning and I think will be a large part of the conversation today. The proposed spending in this budget exceeds projected revenue for the upcoming biennium and would create a structural deficit of somewhere between $300 to $400 million. Such a deficit would quickly create ongoing fiscal difficulties for the state as one-time carry-forward dollars rapidly disappear. This deficit does appear to partially be driven at least by a $1.8 billion increase in general fund operating expenses over the prior biennium. And those are ongoing expenses, not one-time funds, not one-time programs. Digging into the revenue side, the governor's recommended budget relies on filling gaps with one-time funding and utilizing funding that has already been obligated for other expenditures. And I think we talked a little bit about this, myself and the speaker last week, including projects like the Campus for Hope that have already started, money that is not available to be spent and is not legally available to be swept in for other budgetary purposes. Finally, the calculation for this deficit does not include new spending proposed in the governor's 5 policy bills, which may total upwards of an additional $300 million, because we don't yet know, after not having seen language from those bills, whether or how much of those bills include ongoing funding versus one-time funding. I think it's safe to say that we are facing a very unprecedented situation with this budget proposal. I have been here for a short bit, but cannot recall a time where a governor sent the legislature a budget that just simply didn't add up. Regardless of how we have arrived at this situation, the result is the same. This document does not meet our ultimate constitutional requirement of passing a balanced budget. Serious concerns with this budget were also clearly communicated well in advance of the State address, and yet no corrections were made. We are now left with a budget that is neither workable nor sustainable, and it's our responsibility to the people of Nevada to fix it. That is the job of what ultimately will be the Joint Ways and Means and Finance Committee, the members who are sitting here today. This is not a budget that we believe can just be tweaked through the budgetary process. It will now have to be significantly rewritten in many ways. And it will require the governor's office to submit major amendments in order to address this. To that end, a formal request will be forthcoming that the executive branch, if they wish to bring amendments to address these, bring forward those necessary amendments, and that those proposed changes be submitted to us by 5 p.m. on January 29th. I realize this is a short time frame, but this committee and the work to pass a budget for the 2-year biennium has already begun. We are in the middle of it. So this needs to be a timeline that is strictly adhered to so that we can have ample time to review any potential amendments and then continue with the budgetary process. Those amendments will be reviewed carefully and taken under consideration to the extent that we are able to do so and feel that that is appropriate. Ultimately, the legislative and executive branches may not agree on every budget priority. We know that. That is the job of this committee. But we are obligated by the state constitution to pass a budget that is balanced, and also to take a look at how that budget is sustainable. Because long term, the worst thing that we could do is leave this legislative session with a budget that will inevitably fall apart because there is not enough revenue to sustain the expenses that are proposed. I look forward to working with my colleagues to make sure that we get this right. And I appreciate the time to sort of address that at the top of the hearing, because I do think that a lot of what our conversation will be today is going to be reflected on some of these things that have come to light as we have just received the budget and started to take a look at some of these numbers. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, I believe Speaker would like to make a comment.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and largely agree with everything the Senate Majority Leader said. I just wanted to add a couple of points. I think we all got this budget last week, Wednesday, and when you look at it from the outside, I think the budget looks really solid. Not speaking about how the money is being spent, but looks solid in terms of revenue versus expense. But, as we've opened the front door and begun the inspection of this budget, we have realized that the foundation is indeed faulty. That's very concerning. We have to stand up a budget that works for Nevada. And we have a lot of work to do to get there. As the Senate Majority Leader mentioned, constitutionally, the legislature really doesn't have a lot of responsibilities, but one that we have is to pass a balanced budget. And the way that process works is the way it's always worked. The governor proposes a budget, and then the legislature works on that budget, and we get to a place at the end of session where we're able to pass a legislative budget, and the governor is able to sign it. I will just say that receiving a budget that is not balanced and has, frankly, a lot of errors and mistakes has made that more difficult for us. I feel like we're entering these budget subcommittee hearings really behind the 8 ball and behind where we should be and would like to be at this point. That being said, there's, as I noted, a lot of work to be done, and today is the beginning of that work. So like my colleague from the Senate, I look forward to these conversations and figuring out how we're able to move forward. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if I might have a comment.
go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate both of the majority comments in the Senate and the Assembly, but I would also like to add that it is we all know that we have to have a balanced budget. The governor knows that we have to have a balanced budget. And I'm looking forward to hearing some solutions and welcome the fact that they recognize this also. So giving them an opportunity to solve these problems, we're looking forward to that and looking forward to working with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to the executive budget overview, agenda item number 3. And our first presentation today will be an overview of the executive budget for the 25-27 biennium as submitted by the governor. Here to give the presentation is Ryan Cherry, Chief of Staff, Debbie Reynolds, Deputy Chief of Staff to the Governor, and Tiffany Greenemeyer, Director of the Governor's Finance Office. Thank you all for being here today, and please go ahead and come forward and begin your presentation when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Legislative Commission's Budget Subcommittee. For the record, my name is Ryan Cherry, Chief of Staff under Governor Joe Lombardo. Joining me today, Governor Lombardo's Deputy Chief of Staff, Debbie Reynolds, Director of the Governor's Office of Finance, Tiffany Greenemeyer, and we have Chief Innovation Officer Jack Robb back so we can phone a friend if we have any additional questions that come up regarding issues he covers for our office. Initially, I was planning to start going over some initial slides and reviewing key areas of economic consideration that drove the governor's budget priorities outside of the agency needs. But in light of the start of the hearing, I think we should just dive right into the budget. It seems like there are a lot of questions. We've had a lot of questions over the last week, and I think we should spend the majority of our time answering those questions and working with you guys. That was the commitment from the governor during his State of the State, that we were going to put aside partisan politics. Republicans and Democrats are not going to be the room. We're all Nevadans, and we're going to work together in this session, and that's the intent of our presentation today, and offer a hand to make sure that we answer any questions that you may have. So with that being said, we'll skip ahead and I'll pass it over to the Director of the Governor's Finance Office, Tiffany Greenmeyer.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Tiffany Greenmeyer, Director of Governor's Finance Office. And we will start at slide 12, just so we can walk through, the changes of the fund balance. So the governor's recommended budget as submitted included errors in the 2023 one-time projected reversions and $335 million.
Excuse me, Ms. Greenmeyer, would you just clarify before you start? You are going through changes. Is that what you said?
Yeah, we will go through changes as I go through it. We'll go through changes of the fund balance.
Okay, I think that the committee was under the impression that we were going to start at the beginning and we were going to go through the entire budget. Majority Leader?
If you prefer, we can do that.
That would be helpful because many of the people on this budget committee would like to hear it again.
So, Madam Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
Thank you. I guess the issue that I think we're all running into is we were submitted with the governor's recommended budget, which we obviously discussed. We have some very serious concerns about. You just mentioned that you were going to start by going over the changes. We and our folks here and staff have not received any budget amendments. We haven't received any changes. So we are unaware of what it is you're referring to in terms of changes. Where have those gone? Are you planning to send those to us? Like, we haven't received any information to show what those changes are. So what we're following along with is what was submitted to us, which was just the governor's recommended budget. And we need some clarification on that because as we're going to go through this hearing, if you're going to be speaking about and presenting from a different budget that we do not have, that puts this committee at a significant disadvantage to be able to have a conversation that I think is productive.
And I'll step in here. Majority Leader Canizaro, through you, Madam Chair, to Majority Leader Canizaro. We did submit in this presentation the original budget that was submitted to you, as well as a revised version of that. You will see budget amendments for these changes that we are presenting to you. We have been processing through them. We were made aware of this issue.
So that's in this packet.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this packet we all just received this morning upon walking in here. So I just want to make sure that we're all kind of operating from the same facts, because that makes it a little confusing when the only thing that we have received is this packet that was on our desk this morning.
And I apologize. We have been working diligently to address issues within the budget. And as we address them, move them, we were trying to update our presentation. The presentation was submitted yesterday morning, late yesterday morning, early afternoon to you. So I apologize for that, but we have it in front of you. We would like to walk you through the original version and the changes so you can see them through this process if you are open to doing so. Those will be prepared budget amendments that are coming towards you.
I think what would be helpful would be to go through the packet, and as you maybe get to a change, if you want to give us the original and then give us the change, that way people can understand what the actual change is because if they haven't seen this, then they're not going to know what even maybe the original or the change is. So if you will start at the beginning, go through the packet. When you get to a change, if you get to page whatever and you say, this is the submitted by the governor and here are the changes that we will be making.
Okay.
That would be helpful. And you may go straight to the member, to those of you presenting. Just remember to state your name and for the record. Thank you.
Okay. So we will just begin from the beginning of the process. With your indulgence, I think we should focus on the budget part of our presentation, so spending time on some of the graphs that are in the first couple sections of it. That's just information that we're happy to share with you after we're able to clear up some of the state budget summary. So if you go to page 10. Page 10 is the start of the state budget summary in your packet. What it will have is the original submission that you received in the governor's budget. On the following page, it will have the revised submission of the governor's budget. Then it will revert back to the original submission of it. So we go through the entire process for you so you can see the changes that we have made. We'll discuss the original version versus the changes that we've identified, if that's acceptable to the membership.
Well, let's go ahead and get started, and we'll reserve the right to say, time out, we need some help. How about that? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So the revenue overview on slide 11 shows you as submitted. And it's a comparison from 23-25 to 25 to the governor's recommended budget, 25 to 27. And then the next slide, provides you the revenue sources as revised. The next slide is 13, provides you a revenue sources shared of the total budget as submitted. Putting the federal funds at 31.6% in 25 and 27, which is the highest revenue source that Nevada receives. Slide 14 provides the percentage as revised. And then on slide 15 is the general fund revenue by source. This provides all this, the state's revenues. The state's revenues are, sorry. So the general fund is comprised of multiple revenue sources to support the state of Nevada. The economic forum from the December 3rd forecast shows the state general fund revenue sources have a combined increase of $412.3 million, or 3.4% in comparison with the 2023-25 actual and forecast revenues. The next slide is an overview by percentage. This slide demonstrates of the multiple revenues overview breakdown by the percentage of which sales and use tax is the lion's share of the revenues at 31%. Slide 17, the total appropriations by department, the total revenues for the top 10 departments, with the highest being the new Nevada Health Authority at $21.2 billion, or 37.6% of the total share of the budget. The next is the rainy day fund. The rainy day fund, also known as the account to stabilize the operation of the state government by the end of 2027, the governor's recommended budget will be $1.6 billion in the rainy day fund. NRS 353.288 provides for the account to stabilize the operations of state government in the general fund. Additions to the stabilization agreement are triggered at the end of the fiscal year if the general fund unrestricted fund balance exceeds 7% of the general fund operating appropriations. 40% of the excess is deposited to stabilization account and is classified on the balance sheet as committed for fiscal emergency. In addition, 1% of the total anticipated revenue for the fiscal year, as projected by the Economic Forum, is deposited to the stabilization account. Expenditures may occur if the actual revenues for the biennium fall short by 5% or more from anticipated revenues. If the legislature and the governor declare that a fiscal emergency exists, or if the legislature allocates to be used for any other purpose. Next slide is slide 20, which is the Education Stabilization Account. The Education Stabilization Account was established in the 81st session of the Nevada Legislature by Senate Bill 458 for the purpose of supporting the operation of public schools in the state of Nevada in the event of an economic uncertainty or due to a slow revenue flow into the state education fund. By the end of the 2027, the account is projected to be at $874.9 million. The next slide is the spending limits. The limit on total proposed expenditures was added to the budgeting process in 1979, which it caps the general fund spending per Nevadan at the 1975-1977 biennium level and adjust it for inflation and population growth. Construction expenditures, deposits to the rainy day fund, and payments to reduce the unfunded liability for retirees' health insurance are exempt from this limit. As you can see on the slide, the population has grown by approximately 451%, and the CPI has increased approximately 537%. Starting with the base in 1975-1977 biennium, the budget was slightly less than $395 million. Calculating the increase for population and CPI places the spending cap for the 2025-27 biennium at $13.6 billion, which is approximately $882 million more than the governor's recommended budget. This provides a graph of the spending limit history. And this is the spending limit as revised. It's slightly, the 2025-27 executive budget appropriations transfer is slightly lower by $189,000 on the revised slide. This gives you the spending limit history of the revised. Then the next is the general fund sources and uses summary. And this is as submitted, this is the original and then revised. And then moving on to the general fund balance. And this is where we, in the last few days, we really looked at it. We realize there's more changes to come, but I will walk you through the current changes that we did do. So the first is the general fund balance as submitted. And here's where we adjusted the 2023 one-shot projected reversions, which originally we submitted it at $212 million, and the salary adjustment projected reversions were submitted as $133 million. And then on the revised, we'll move down to page 29. I'm sorry, I went too far. I'm sorry, page 30, so that everybody can follow along. we've revised, looking at the 2023 one-shot projected reversions, and removed the one-shot bills that should not have reverted. So this change was $114.1 million as the revised amount. And so the 2023 one-time projected reversions in the 25 fund balance, which is on slide 30, consisted of AB 528, the Campus of Hope, $90 million, SB 1 Infrastructure Bank Bill of $14 million, AB 112 NDOT Wildlife Crossings for $5 million, AB 510 Collective Bargaining Bill adjustment of $11.6 million. And then there was multiple one-time bills consisting of AB 283, SB 163, SB 213, and SB 412, totaling $571,546. With the reduction of all these bills, the change from $212 million to $114.1 million in the FY 2023 one-shot reversions. I could stop here if you would like, if you want to ask any questions on these reversions.
Yes, let's stop right there for just a minute because I think we do have some questions from the committee. I will start with Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here this morning. I personally feel very confused. We started looking at the structurally deficit budget that was presented to us. We've done deep dives into that, and you're coming today with some revisions. And although you've listed out a number of bills that were included in the original deficient budget that was presented, of those one-shot reverted bills, I don't see them actually listed in the presentation that you gave us today. So I'm going to ask you that you submit that list of the bills to the committee so we know exactly what's been reverted. Do you anticipate, as we go through this, because we'll need to know by next week, are there going to be other bills that were included in the structurally deficient budget that are going to be revised moving forward?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. I have reviewed all the the 2023 one-shot bills. I will review them one more time for the double check and see if I can find anything else that should not have reverted and send you the final list.
Thank you very much. Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree. I mean, this is a lot of information to try to digest, and through the presentation, if you can be a little more specific in terms of where you're pointing to, I think I followed what you said, and so I wanted to clarify just a couple of things. You had indicated this original reversion amount that was in the structurally deficient budget was $212 million, and then you rattled off a number of bills: AB 528, SB 1, AB 112, AB 510. Those are from last session. You gave us numbers, and if my math is good, we have $90 million from AB 528. SB 1 was $14 million. AB 112 was $5 million. AB 510 was $11.6 million. When I add those up, I get $120 million. And so the math isn't making sense to me because the reversion amount in the proposed budget was $212 million. You said you backed these out, and in the updated amount, I see $114 million, which that math just just doesn't work for me, because that looks like a deduction of 98 million, and I think you listed 120 million that we took off of reversions, and that doesn't include some of the other bills you mentioned that I don't know what that number was. I think I heard you say 570,000. So can you tell me, like, is there something new that went into the reversions? Because this math is not making sense just looking at the numbers.
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. Probably the best thing for me to do is provide a whole list, of breakdown as to what changed. There was some, I believe, minor changes to the projected amounts. And I could provide you a full, complete list. And I'll work with your fiscal staff to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may, I think we're going to need that, right? We're going to need to see that. And I would say the reversion amount as it exists in trying to figure out a way to say this, the proposed changes that you're making today that you just went through, which I think are encapsulated on page 30 of your slide presentation. When we look at the one-shot projected reversions 2023, we have 114 million. I think it'd be helpful for us to know what else is in there. Typically, from budget to budget cycle, we see somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 to $75 million in reversion. So this is still substantially higher, but without a complete breakdown of knowing what's in there, I think it's really hard for us to ask the questions we need to ask. And, you know, I understand that you're here after a long weekend of trying to get this figured out. So I appreciate that, but to the extent you can get that to us, because the reversion amounts were, you know, obviously one that really caught our attention when we looked at this budget of things that weren't supposed to be in there. So unfortunately, we're in the situation where we just need to know every dollar that's been accounted for on that reversion amount so we can ensure that those amounts will actually be available for the next biennium. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Nguyen.
Thank you for coming here. I'm sure you feel like you're sitting at a hot seat, which it should be. To say that I'm frustrated that I've spent since the State of the State when this budget was released preparing for today's hearing to ask questions to only find out that proposed amendments were presented in an exhibit submitted to the committee yesterday. And these are proposed amendments is beyond frustrating. I appreciate that you're starting to work and you recognize the problem that you presented us with a structurally deficient budget in the tune of like $300 to $400 million. But to say that I wouldn't even know where to begin asking questions. We've talked about, Speaker Yeager mentioned about some of the reversions that weren't supposed to revert, like the 90 million for the Campus for Hope, the 5 million for land bridge crossings, and I think the A's tax stadium and those credits were also reverting. And there were lots of other things that are still not adding up. I guess my bigger question is in addition to these PowerPoint, hopefully we're not amending via PowerPoint presentation slides, and we are going to get the actual details that support these numbers sometime before next week so we can actually prepare to do our jobs. What kind of cuts did you have to make? What programming cuts did you make to make up those differences in that $330 million like deficit that we're looking at?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. Yes, and I will get to that farther down into the slides. And would you like me to continue?
Do you have like specific details in those slides, or?
I have, as for the budget amendments, yes.
And are they I'm sorry, Chair, may I follow up?
Yes, please.
Are they itemized, or are we just giving rounded numbers in general, like fund balances and revenues?
In the slides, you're just getting the total number, but I will work with fiscal staff to make sure they have a list of the breakdown of the budget amendments that we're requesting.
And as a part of that, I know that there is approximately $400 million that is just a single line item, governor's priority bills. Do we have any indication of whether or not those are one-time expenditures or they are ongoing that will further exacerbate the structural deficit.
Further in the presentation, we will break down the governor's bills, the big five, by the cost for each one of them.
I will just hold my questions until then. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we have, I think, one last question before we go on, and that is from Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. On page 27 of your presentation, the originally structural deficit budget that was submitted, on the unrestricted revisions, there is $75 billion. That still is showing on page 30. My question is, what's included in that unrestricted revisions of that 75 million? And perhaps could there be some of the same revisions in the one shots on page 30 and on page 27? Because there's no justification of what those items are that would be in that 75 million. So could you let us know what's in that 75 million? So we'll know if it was also included on the original submitted budget as you go down to the one shots, the salary adjustment projection, and on page 30, again, on the one shot projected revisions and the salary adjustments. Just want to make sure there's no double counting going on.
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. The 75 million is the reversions. It's an average reversion that was determined in the normal operating reversion. So it's not double counted. When we took a look at the last three operating reversions, the average was $240 million on average for the last 3 years. So we determined that $75 million would be most likely what we achieve. And I know I did look at the last 10 years, and it typically is $50 million. There has been in the past that there was 85 million in operating reserves, and there was also 64 million in the operating reserves. And I think they just took a look at, what are we really reverting? And I can give you that whole breakdown too.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Madam Chair. So with the 75 million, that is the typical budgetary dollar amount that we start from. When you add in the one shots, do you subtract the 75 million from that? And so that one shot that is in both the revision and the original submitted in addition to the 75? So do you account for that 75, then look at those other one shots and say, okay, in addition to the 75, we need these additional dollar amounts, or is it the 75 plus? That's my question.
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. It's 75 plus, so it's 75 million for the operating reserves, the typical operating reserves every year. And then the one shots would be separate and would be in addition.
So I do think it would be beneficial to go ahead and line item out what those 75 million are, along with the other one shots as prior.
Okay.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Hadagi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You sent us a structurally deficient budget, and so I don't want to assume anything. And so as I was going through the budget, I noticed that the governor's priority bills that total about 340 million were only counted as one shot. Can you confirm that there is no ongoing expenses in those $340 million? Because if there are, that means the budget is even more deficient than what was submitted to us.
The majority of the dollars that are in the governor's big five are intended to last through this biennium. And then they are replaced by fees in instances in some of the cases for the housing division. But there are some administrative costs in there as well for housing division that was by fee, and some for education that we would need to look at placing into the budget.
Okay, so there's ongoing expenses that weren't included.
There are some.
Please make sure you're stating your name.
I'm sorry, Ryan Cherry for the record. to you, Assemblywoman Howdigi. Apologize for the informality. There are some, but they are minor compared to the $340 million that is there, and we will go through that slide by slide at the end of the presentation so you guys have clarification of that.
Thank you very much. And yes, Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know there are other people who have questions, but I wanted to ask a follow-up on Majority Leader Howdigi's question, because I think the point on the governor's priority bills, we obviously in the budget that was submitted to us, we see sort of one top line number for what that may cost. How that is paid for, right, is different if those include ongoing expenses versus those are one-time. If those were all one-time funds, then like that's a line item on a budget that we say, okay, is there money for that? Is there not? But as you have indicated, it appears that several of these bills have ongoing administrative expenses, which are positions, offices, ongoing expenses, things that might fall into the education aspect that would be ongoing as well. So that adds to, and I just wanted to clarify because I think your answer was that yes, there are ongoing expenses in those. And while they might not be to the level that the overall budget has this structural deficit, which we're going to get into, I think, some of the expenses that you're proposing to cut, but those other priority bills also have ongoing expenses. So that now also has to be accounted for within the revenues that are available and ongoing, not revenues that just are balanced in that budget. And that I think is also a piece that is concerning and something that I don't know if you'll talk about later in this presentation, or if that's something that you will have to consider when you're doing amendments. Because the way that the budget was submitted to us, that looks like one-time money, but we haven't seen the language of those bills. So if you're saying that there's ongoing expenses, that has to also now be accounted for with the ongoing revenues that we have available, not one-time funds.
Thank you. We'll go to Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Director Greenmeyer, I just have a clarification to your response to my colleague's inquiry regarding page 30. Specifically, you had indicated that the last 3-year average on the reversions was $240 million. And I just wanted to understand if that $240 million was limited to unrestricted reversions, or if that was the total unrestricted general fund reversions transfers, that $240 million that you had referenced.
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. It's unrestricted reversions of $240 million on average. That was the average of fiscal year 2021, 22.
Madam Chair, may I just have a follow-up?
Please.
And so that did not, I just want to make sure we're just talking the same thing, just because there's been a lot of changes and I'm trying to follow the bouncing ball. With respect to that, so that $240 million did not include any one-shot projected reversions?
No, my understanding, it's just regular operating reversions.
Okay, but are you sure or not sure about this one shot with respect to that? It's your understanding it's not the one shot reversions at all. It's not included in that 240?
No, but to confirm, I will go back and provide a full list to fiscal staff to be 100% positive on the operating reserves.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that, because I just want to make sure, because if we were looking at a 240 average, right now we're looking at a fiscal year, the total unrestricted general fund reversions with the changes that have been made by the governor's finance office is now up to $326 million. So I just want to make sure we are looking at the complete amount of reversions that we're looking at, because obviously that will impact the complete budget. So I thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Neal, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a really simple question, and I just need it straight because I'm trying to process the presentation. So in the original version of the budget that was presented, there was a 16.9 increase, which was $1.855 billion increase. So in the revision that you have presented to us today, what is the overspend in the budget that is recommended by the governor? What is the actual amount? So we have X amount in general fund, and then there's Y amount being suggested to be spent over what is available. What does the revision, the final number of whatever you presented today from pages 11 to 30, what is that number that you're overspending?
Tiffany Greenmeyer, for the record. The overspent structural deficit is $335 million.
In the original.
In the original.
What's the new? She's asking.
The new, with all the changes that we did, the structural deficit comes down to $85 million.
Okay, so, okay. All right, so I'm assuming that as we go through this presentation and you hit the other pages, that we're going to get into significant detail. Are we? Or are we still going to stay in these very high overviews? Because I think that will help me once we kind of understand what the true spend is in each category, based on what we're just supposed to discuss today. Is that going to happen?
Tiffany Greenmeyer, for the record. I did put it as a high-level overview. I will provide fiscal staff with the full breakdown of everything.
So let me ask this question before I even. So after we finish and we end up on page 45, will you be in a position to answer detailed questions on, like, maybe, like if I wanted to dig into the education spend, will you be able to answer questions if I ask you a detailed question? Because I'm gonna. So I just want to know.
Tiffany Greenmeyer, for the record, I will do my best to answer it today. If I can't, I will provide the information.
Okay. Thank
fiscal staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And before we go on, I just have one clarification, please. Did you say that you will have an 85 million structural deficit?
Tiffany Greenmeyer, for the record, yes, that is correct. So after all the revisions that we did, it comes down to $85 million deficit still.
Okay, and so it will be more as we move forward with the governor's priority bills?
That's including the governor's priority bills.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and finish up, and then we'll come back to questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I believe we're on page 31, is that correct?
On page 30 still, we have the salary adjustment reversions. That's my next topic.
Please go ahead.
So on the revised slide 30, there is the salary adjustment projected reversions that I took another look at. And when I looked at that, I changed it from 133 million in the original submission to 114.4 million. And what I did was I looked at the current available authority in FY25 of $441 million factoring in a vacancy rate of 10%. And considering the FY24 salary adjustment reversions, and then pulled out the executive branch budget that with and without reversions. I'm sorry, reserves. And that's how I determined the $114.4 million that we would probably achieve for salary adjustment dollars. And I can give fiscal staff a whole breakdown of that too. So I have no changes on the revised on page 31. So if we move to page 32, the 25-26 and the 26-27 budget. So this is where we added the budget amendments. So in fiscal year 26, the budget amendment total is $23,467,318. And that is right under the operating appropriations. And then it's the budget amendments, if you can see that. And then in fiscal year 27, the budget amendment is $76,896,587. Then if you go farther down, the governor's priority bills were taken another look at, and they were revised to, in 26, $196.5 million, in 26, and then in 27, $104.5 million. And the original governor priority bills were in 26 were $204.2 million. And then in 27, they were $136 million. And once again, I will provide a full breakdown to fiscal staff as to how we got there.
If we could just pause just for a moment, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you go too much further, for the salary adjustment projections in the originally submitted budget and in the revisions, we know that we have some of our state employees collectively bargain, and some of those bargains are not finalized until later into the session, sometimes after session. In the numbers that were presented in the originally submitted budget and in the revisions, did you take into account of what might happen for those people and their salaries? So it's included in this, or will those that are able to collectively bargain that may get a raise in their salary, would that also be additional monies on top of the $85 million deficit? Would that be added to that, or was it included in these numbers that you're presenting today?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. The collective bargaining, those dollars still remain in the salary adjustment account. So there shouldn't be a problem with collective bargaining and paying the employees those additional dollars. Okay. Because there's $441 million in FY25 in the salary adjustment account. What I took was the I took the I took the 441, factoring at just a 10% vacancy rate. And then I took the FY24 reversions. The FY24 reversions was like $124 million. And then I pulled out the executive branch accounts that were had reserves. So with and without reserves, so those were like either federal accounts or accounts with reserves. I pulled that amount out, and then determine $114 million. Again, the collective bargaining is still left alone.
Okay, so just to clarify, so I make sure I understand it. So in that 441 million, that's for those who've already collectively bargained and their salaries. My question is for the next biennium, and that's what we're working on for that next budget. When they collectively bargain for that next raise, is that included in this total, or will that be additional monies that will be on top of the $85 million deficit that we're now talking about? Did you already account for the next biennium?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. I will have to review that and give you a clear answer. I don't want to misspeak. My understanding, the way NEBS works, it should have captured all the collective bargaining amounts in their category 01. So it should be in there, but I'd like to provide fiscal staff.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions before we move on? Senator Wynn.
I'm not sure if you're going to get into this. I know that there is a potential that there would be potentially up to $150 million in Medicaid reversions from the over budgeting of the last legislative session. And I know that you're in the process of that. Do you know if any of those potential funds are being contemplated within the governor's, forthcoming amendments?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. We reviewed the last couple days the Medicaid budget, and I do have an amendment right now for $72 million. We are still continuing to review that budget.
And that $72 million, that's over the biennium?
Yes.
And that would be a reduction?
It would be a reduction in general fund.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead and let us know the page number so that we can be in sync up here.
So after all these adjustments and a slight adjustment to the operating appropriations, which was minimal, the deficit now is $85 million over the biennium. And
are you on page 32? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was page 32.
Okay.
So after that, so that was the end after the governor's priority bills, that those were adjusted. There was no more adjustments other than a slight adjustment to the operating appropriations. It was very slight. I believe it was $189 million over the biennium. So it was very, very slight. And then, so after that, we went from $335 million structural deficit to an $85 million structural deficit. And as I continue to review the budget, I will submit budget amendments, work with fiscal staff to align the budget a little bit better.
Senator Yeager. I'm sorry. Speaker, it started with an S.
I'm not sure if that was a promotion or not. We'll let everyone else decide that. So, I have to say I'm a little surprised that we're here today and we're still being told that even with the proposed revisions, we have an $85 million structural deficit. So my question is, you just talked about it a little bit, but is it your intent at some point to provide budget amendments that fix these issues and actually get this to a balanced budget? Or is it going to fall on us as the legislature to inform somebody who believes they're getting $85 million plus out of this budget that there's not money there for them?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. No, I will continue to review the budget and see if we can, provide more amendments to reduce that $85 million. I only had 3 days, so I'm still reviewing.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And look, I realize that this is, I think we were surprised on Wednesday when we got the budget, and, perhaps it's a conversation for another day about how in the world we are in this position on the first day of budget hearings. But I would say, the proposed budget has been submitted. It had, as you noted, over $300 million of a structural deficit. I think in the Senate Majority Leader's comments, she invited budget amendments. And I just would ask that you provide those budget amendments to get this at least proposed new budget to actually work in terms of the math, because, this is a shared responsibility, right? And again, I noted at the outset that I feel like we're behind the 8 ball. After hearing what I've heard so far, I feel like we're in a mile race and we're a half a mile behind already. And so there's a lot of work to be done, but to the extent you can figure out budget amendments that get this to a budget that's actually balanced, would really appreciate that, and certainly appreciate your work ahead of time. I know it's a big task.
Thank you very much. And Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the things, and I appreciate, Ms. Greenmeyer, that you are recently in this position. However, the issues that existed in the original governor's recommended budget not only existed well prior to the state of the state, but were also communicated by the legislature as we were starting to review those numbers, which we as electeds did not have access to until the state of the state. But there were multiple times in which there were questions, information being exchanged back and forth that continues and is present in every budgeting process. Not only I have to imagine in your office with all of the different executive agencies that are putting together budgets and submitting them for your approval, going through months and months of reviewing of those budgets and conversations with those agencies for their needs or what positions they might not be filling, so that you can account for those vacancies and potentially that there might be dollars reverting for different programs that might not be set up, for things that they are asking for potential pieces where they may say, well, you know what, if we're going to do this particular policy thing that is being proposed by the governor's office or that we're hearing is coming down the pike, that we may need these additional staff, we may need these additional folks. So I have to imagine that there is, and I'm sort of, I think, tangentially familiar with that process that begins months and months and months and months ahead of the state of the state, months and months and months and months ahead of us receiving a recommended budget. And then there are conversations that happen between the governor's office and the legislature so that we can have our very hardworking staff who spend an enormous amount of time making sure that we can come up here for 120 days and pass a budget that are going back and forth and saying there are issues. Those issues were raised well prior to the state of the state, well prior to us receiving the recommended budget, well prior to us getting binders printed for every single person in the legislative building that contains that recommended budget. And so I just am a little, if anybody can believe it, a little out of words for I understand that you have not been in this position for more than 3 days, but it's not just you doing this entire thing, right? We have a whole 2 weeks of budget hearings for agencies to come and give us overviews of what they submitted, what's in their budgets. How is it that this is only something that has been looked to be remedied in the last 3 days? Like, how did we get here? How is it that we are sitting in a budget presentation overview hearing, working off of these slides, which I definitely think we appreciate, but it's tough to dig into the numbers without actual budget amendments, and this is not news. This is not something that just happened 3 days ago.
Majority Leader, this is Debbie Reynolds, Deputy Chief of Staff to Governor Lombardo. I hear what you're saying. I have been in this position for 2 weeks, and over the last 2 weeks, I have been working furiously with the former budget director and the budget office to try to identify all the errors that have occurred in the budget. 2 weeks is not a lot of time to dig into all of the issues with the structural deficit. And in that time, we have identified amendments.
Certainly,
but be proposing
hold on,
to
because this also is not news from 2 weeks ago. So I'm trying to understand how it is that we are so far. I think to the speaker's point, we're in a mile-long race and we're a half a mile in, and we're going to change course. So you might have been there for 2 weeks, but this process, the governor's budget didn't get drafted in these 2 weeks. They didn't get drafted in the week before that 2 weeks, and then you came in, and in 2 weeks you're trying to fix it. So I am at a loss for how it is that despite all of these conversations happening, despite this entire process that has existed, that does exist, that existed last time, this is a budget that was presented to us, and now we're still talking about potentially receiving additional amendments until next week that may now also get into that now $85 million structural deficit. So I appreciate that, but it's not for you, Ms. Reynolds, or for you, Ms. Greenemeyer, to say, well, we were in this job and we're trying to do the best. I believe that. I know you are. And I don't think 2 weeks is enough time to do that either. I don't think 3 days is enough time to do that either. It's going to be hard for us to try to do this in a week with budget amendments and then move into presentations and start approving budgets and making decisions. Because the legislature also now has this budget, right? So it's for us to make determinations about whether or not we agree with what the governor has recommended, or whether we are going to make different decisions and send a budget over. And so I want to alleviate this notion that somehow this happened overnight and that nobody was aware of it and that nobody was saying anything. And now we're sitting here the first day of budget hearings hearing brand new information. Because that is not what happened. And so I'm very worried about what this process looks like going into the legislative session and how we fix this and pass a budget in this time that we have, because it is always an exceedingly crunched timeline anyway.
Debbie Reynolds, for the record, what I can say is that I commit that we will continue to work with you and your staff to submit additional budget amendments to bring the budget in line to the extent possible. And it's unfortunate that we were not able to get the corrections identified and budget amendments submitted to you prior so that you could review. But we will do our best to ensure that we can make adjustments to the budget so that you can move forward expeditiously with the legislative session.
And I appreciate that. Certainly, I think that's why we have discussed, having some time to allow for amendments to come forward so that we can consider those. We as a legislature have the job constitutionally, right, to pass a budget for the state of Nevada to allocate and appropriate money. And I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to see some of those and potentially have enough time to review those and then go into budget hearings. But this is very concerning because, again, this did not happen overnight. And it is, as I have made mention in previous hearings, this committee is very well versed in being able to do budgets. We understand that process and we respect the work that you are doing. But this is just sort of an unprecedented situation that I think is important to note that this didn't just happen, right? And so hopefully we can move forward and try to figure out how to adjust this. And then I think we as a legislature are going to have to make some decisions about what needs to happen. But to the speaker's point earlier, there may be things that are in this budget that people have seen for programs, for positions, for whatever it is that are not going to happen. You guys have to let us know what that is. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing that. I felt it was important to note that this is not something that just sort of happened or that no one was aware of.
Thank you very much. And we have one more follow-up from Chairman Moreno, and then we're going to go on into the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just kind of piggybacking off of the majority leader's questions, I have a question. As she said, we didn't get here overnight, right? There's 63 of us that have 120 days to get the work done for this state. And we were presented with a budget that, as to your calculations, was $330 million in the deficit, right? How many employees are in the GFO office? Because we know it wasn't one person that created this budget. There's a team. How many employees do you have? And to those employees, I'm sorry that you're going to be working, double time to get these amendments out. But exactly how many people are in the GFO's office that you have working on the budget?
There's approximately 30 people that work on the budget. Sorry, Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. All right, let's move on. And I believe we might be on are we on page 34?
Okay, moving on. For the record, my name is Debbie Reynolds, and I'm going to be providing an overview of departmental highlights included in the governor's executive budget. The executive budget requests the Department of Health and Human Services be reorganized into two departments, the Department of Human Services and the Nevada Health Authority. By combining Medicaid, the exchange, and the public employee benefit program into one agency, we can maximize the state's purchasing power and leverage more in federal resources to support improved access and to sustainable and responsible health care for Nevadans and state employees. The budget requests to utilize opioid settlement funds to enhance services for early intervention, children and families, transitioned age youth, and to enhance outreach and support services for veterans and those involved in the criminal justice system. The budget continues funding for historic rate increases approved last biennium for developmental services, ensuring children and their families receive the services they need to live fulfilling and independent lives, and includes strategic investments in Medicaid reimbursement rates for qualified providers of children's behavioral health. This slide highlights funding to support clinical programs for assertive community treatment, which deliver comprehensive, intensive, and integrated care for individuals with serious and persistent mental health disorders. The budget requests the name of the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services be changed to the Division of Social Services and includes funding to support summer EBT. Funding is also requested to support development of an intake and assessment and placement center to expedite behavioral health screening and placement for youth who have been adjudicated to Nevada's juvenile detention facilities, and funding to support the state's extended foster care program for youth ages 18 to 21. Slide 36 highlights funding for the Department of Education, including Nevada's pre-K programs and charter school transportation services. It's expected that charter school transportation programs will expand to additional charter schools during the upcoming biennium. The executive budget includes continued funding for teacher pay raises approved during the 23 session through SB 231 and adds funding for charter schools. The teacher pay raises were carved out prior to running the total amounts through the distribution formula. If the amount is run through the formula, it does not leave enough funding for each school district to pay for the raises they gave their employees. The funding becomes permanent, but remains outside the formula going forward to ensure all school districts are provided funding related to the raises. Charter transportation was also done outside the school fund this biennium, but adding that to the state education fund will treat charter transportation the same as other school districts. By going in this direction, we're permanently including the SB 231 raises and charter school transportation in the state education fund, which were funded with one-shot appropriations in 2023, and this will require a budget BDR. Regarding the state education fund, the total appropriation must be the greater of the combined rate of inflation and the growth of enrollment in public schools, or the economic form's projected unrestricted general fund revenue. The general fund in the upcoming budget is made up of $2.8 billion in the pupil-centered funding plan, which exceeds the 5.6 inflation requirement. Slide 37 outlines highlights for NCHE, including funding the COLA adjustments from the 23-25 biennium at 80%. The budget policy to use the proportion of general fund to total funding for NCHE COLAs was first approved in the 2019 session and was included in the back language in the 21 session. The policy has since been reviewed, and discussions with NCHE institutions identified that raising the COLA to 80% would significantly reduce the financial strain on the institutions, ensuring continuity of services and minimizing negative impacts on students, faculty, and staff. The executive budget also includes an incremental expansion of new funding formula for the 7 higher education teaching institutions. It provides for one-time security expenses and one-time funding to support the continuation of the nursing program expansion approved last session.
Ryan Cherry for the record. The transfer of graduate medical education from Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology to the Nevada Health Authority will centralize the state's GME efforts in one place and allows the state to leverage federal dollars to support expanded investment in GME. The transfer of the Office of Cyber Defense to the Office of the Chief Information Officer reduces redundancies, enhances efficiency, streamlines and improves coordination of cybersecurity efforts, and ensures a unified strategic approach to protecting Nevada's information systems and data while improving resource allocation and response to cyber threats to the state. The transfer of the Department of Emergency, the division, excuse me, that is a typo, we will correct, Division of Emergency Management to the Governor's Office, removes communication barriers, prevents information silos, and improves coordination among state agencies to ensure the Governor is informed of developing situations and capable of taking executive action in a timely manner. Governor's Office of Economic Development, the Knowledge Fund is receiving funding to foster research and commercialization in areas targeted for economic growth. And the budget sustains funding for the Nevada's 8 regional development authorities.
Debbie Reynolds for the record. Slide 39. In light of the recent wildfires, we wanted to include a couple highlights for wildfire prevention and protection, which include funding to provide public safety and resource protection by hiring additional park rangers across state parks, additional funding for the transition to year-round agency-staffed fire fuels crews due to the loss of inmate workers, and includes a contract to reduce the risk of catastrophic loss wildfire risk areas in Nevada. Slide 40 outlines the capital improvement projects included in the budget, total $1.1 billion. Of note, funded priority projects include the Southern Nevada Forensic Facility, the North Las Vegas Veterans Home, funding to purchase, modernize, and improve state office buildings, and improvements for High Desert State Prison HVAC system. We've also included $24.2 million for the state office building purchase in Reno, which is not outlined on the slide.
Ryan Cherry for the record. The governor's priority legislation is broken down into categories for each of the 5 bills. The general fund component of the housing bill equates to $200,355,000 with a $50 million transfer from the Housing Division's reserve to meet the total of $250 million to be spent on the program. We'll get into more details in the subsequent slides on what those dollars will go towards. For the Healthcare Access Act, $31,250,000 will go from the general fund to support the efforts of the bill. $20 million from pharmacy rebate funds and FMAP reimbursements will transition to replace those general funds in the second year, and then in ongoing years continue to fund it through those mechanisms. Accountability and Education Act will have a $10,850,000 general fund component to it. Those ones will have administrative costs to the Department of Education. So we will discuss that. $60 million and the other funds will be excess or potential surplus dollars from the education stabilization account should it reach its caps that will be rolled up to that amount over the biennium to support the Excellence in Education Fund. So that is not a hard and fast number. That is the up to number for the governor's bill over 2 years. Safe Street and Neighborhoods Act, the $9,648,000 is an ongoing appropriation as well. It will be cost to courts and to Department of Corrections to implement the requirements of that bill. And then the Nevada Forward Economic Development Policy Act. It has $49 million in general fund. 24 of that would be a tax credit for childcare development, childcare facilities development, and 25 of it would be for. I'll go into it in the next slide, but 25 million of it would be general fund. The 75 million initially we had contemplated putting $100 million in this governor's economic development bill to support infrastructure development for economic development projects and rural housing projects. But we will take that money, we'll prioritize that potentially from the state infrastructure bank and the projects that would qualify underneath the governor's fund in the proposed legislation they would have to qualify on that fund to qualify to be going before the state infrastructure bank for funding as well. So if you can move on to the next slide, we'll go into details for it. So with the $250 million that's pushed in, it would establish the Nevada Obtainable Housing Fund. This would create competitive loan programs to support attainable housing projects. Attainable housing projects are any housing project that is between 60% and 150% of the area median income. Loans to projects would also be contemplated that qualify for the federal low income tax credit. Those projects have to serve households under 60% of the area median income, and the program availability is limited to private activity volume cap and the tax credits available from the federal government. Grant loans to support projects providing housing services for extremely low income households. This is a continuation of a bill from the previous session. This would serve households under 30% of the area median income, and the program itself would support services and operations of supportive housing projects developed by nonprofits, local governments, and housing authorities. Rental assistance programs will be dedicated towards serving fixed income seniors and incomes below 30% of the area median income. They'd be deployed as grants to partners providing rental assistance. Home ownership opportunities for essential workers. Essential workers, when we contemplate this, we were defining this in the bill. Think teachers, public safety individuals would serve households between those attainable households. So they'd be between 60% and 150% of the area median income. And the support would be provided through down payment assistance, the buying down of interest rate, and rebates. And the last portion of this housing funds contemplation would be supporting local government through matching grants if they were to commit to increasing their attainable housing supply over a 4-year period by streamlining the processes further. Additionally, money would be set aside in one-time funds to double outreach for the state's homebuyer counselor program. Currently, the program is $150,000 a year, or $75,000 a year, $150,000 to the biennium would be doubling that. And then funding for the administration of programs. In talking with the division housing, we would have to send up the administration of programs, stand up the development of this in the first year, but future costs beyond the biennium would be supported by fees collected from the program on a go-forward basis. As it relates to the healthcare access, workforce and access program, the first portion of it addresses Nevada's supply side shortages in healthcare by increasing availability of healthcare services in areas with identified deficits. In the first year of the biennium, $25 million would go to this program from the general fund. It would then be replaced by the pharmacy rebates and the Medicaid correct me for the right title, the FMAP reimbursements for increased Medicaid payments. There is a one-time expense in this for a feasibility study on developing or expanding academic medical centers in Nevada through the Patient Protection Commission. That's contemplated to cost $250,000. And then $1 million is put forward over the biennium. This may be considered to be extended in the next biennium, but it is contemplated for this biennium only in the bill right now to expedite applications submitted by physicians specializing in medical fields or subspecialties designated as critical, or to expedite applications from physicians intending to practice in geographic areas identified as underserved or facing significant provider shortages. So it's to stand up the program and move that forward and try to address our GME needs and see if we would need to include that as an enhancement or build it into the base budget in future biennium to ensure that we can continue that process to meet the needs of our healthcare in the state. So, and I want to be clear, Brian Cherry, for the record, I want to be clear to the members of this committee that those are not the entirety of the bills. These are just the portions of the bills that have the revenue impacts that we are outlining here. So accountability and education.
Can you pause right there for a minute? Senator Titus has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would we, I know this is a 40,000 foot view, but you mentioned the FMAPs and the fundings and the monies moving forward. FMAP is a very complicated funding formula and how that works for reimbursement. So hopefully we get those breakdown numbers sooner than later, and perhaps an explanation at some point for newer members and how that formula works and where those monies are and some more details. And I know that's not today's presentation, but I think it would be critical for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Titus. And I think that's a really important piece, and we didn't speak to this. The structural imbalance that's present in, when we were speaking earlier, that's present in this biennium of the bill. The majority of that structure, all of the structural imbalance, the negative portion of it happens in the first year of the biennium underneath our revised budget. It trends positive in the second year of the biennium moving forward. And when we're talking about FMAPs and the return money that we are receiving, that money is compounded over time, is my understanding in talking with Stacey Weeks. So they expect to receive bigger and bigger portions of it that will roll up the positive impact it has on the general fund for our state's budget. So as we see that movement from a negative in the first year of the biennium to a positive in the first year in the biennium, understanding that we are still net negative for the entire biennium moving forward, they think that that can continue to grow and balance out with the projections that are provided for us. Did I misspeak or misstate anything? I'd like you to correct me, Debbie, if I got that wrong.
Debbie Reynolds, for the record, I just want to note that the compounding effect of the MCO or managed care payments may not balance out the structural deficit, but as Chief Cherry outlined, it will have a compounding effect that will save general fund over time due to the claims tails. It takes time to see what that impact will be, but we do anticipate that will grow.
Thank you. And we'll go to Senator Wynn.
I'm looking at page 41. I think it was part of your presentation. And you had talked about kind of the general fund allocation for the governor's priority legislation. And then you had this other category in the middle defined as other. If I can, you had talked, briefly that high level overview of the Healthcare Access Act. But if we can go down to the Accountability and Education Act, you have about $10.8 million there in general funds. And then you had indicated an additional $60 million from the education stabilization account. That's like one-time money. So I'm assuming that whatever policies that need to be funded as a part of this governor's priority legislation around accountability and education, that is something that potentially is moving forward, will need general funds and ongoing funding? Or is it a one-time fund for this biennium?
So I'm getting into the Accountability and Education Act. Ryan Cherry, for the record, to you, Senator Nguyen. The Excellence in Education Fund is a dedicated account within the State Education Fund to reward continuously high-performing teachers, administrators, and education support professionals with a financial bonus. That fund can have no more than $30 million in it in a year as contemplated by our legislation. So over the biennium, it can have no more than $60 million in a year. So when I was pointing to this, we should have been more clear that that is the cap that can go into it over a biennium. And that would be collected from any surplus in the education stabilization account that would revert back to the state education fund. That first $30 million would go into the Excellence in Education Fund before reverting back into the state education fund.
So this would just be, if that education stabilization account hits the cap, then the additional money would go into this Accountability in Education Act to provide for these teacher incentives.
The Excellence in Education Fund to provide for teacher incentives.
And how much has previously reverted from that education stabilization in the past to know if we'll get up to that 60 million that you're able to kind of take from that fund?
We just set a threshold that was high. That's the max that could ever go into it over a biennium. It's not anticipated that would hit it. You're putting a fund together, then that fund is allowed to keep reserves up to and hold them and transfer them over, but it can never have more than 30 million in it per or 60 million over the biennium. It can never accrue more than 30 million additional each year. So it would continue to build upon itself if because the language of the bill, and we're getting pretty far into the language of the bill, makes it so that you have to identify those high priority teachers, and we can't just give a blanket high prioritization or high performing standard to all teachers. So they would be pulling from that fund. It's going to be a limited amount of the highest performing teachers, administrators, and support professionals in the schools across the state. So we don't anticipate that account would be drawn down. But I need to clear up these numbers for you so it's clearer to you, knowing that is not a hard and fast. We're putting $60 million in it. The cap over a biennium would be $60 million as contemplated by the legislation. And it's only driven by the revenues that come from the education stabilization account surplus. Nothing else goes into it. So if nothing is a surplus that year, then there is not money available for those priority bonuses or for those high performing teachers.
So the priority bonuses and that policy is only in place if there is money available.
Yes.
And is it is it anticipated that it would be a first come, first serve kind of incentive based?
I would have to dig more into, I'll have to come back to you with the answer to that based on the language in the legislation.
I look forward to seeing the actual language of that policy to see how it accounts for it. That brings me down to this, and this may be just a problem in the way that this slide is presented. When we look at the Nevada Forward Economic Development Policy Reform Act, you had mentioned the 49 million general fund is 24 million in tax credits and another 25 million for the general fund. And then it just says 75 million other. Where is that revenue generated from?
So Ryan Cherry, for the record, to Senator Nguyen, this is 25 million for the Community Infrastructure Investment Fund. This is a fund that would establish critical infrastructure projects essential to business expansion and relocation. In addition to fostering strategic growth aligned with Nevada's economic development goals, the fund also provides a mechanism to address infrastructure needs for workforce housing development in rural Nevada. If the fund is exhausted, the $25 million, candidates who qualify for projects through the fund could access funding through the Nevada State Infrastructure Bank.
And I'm sorry, I understood that part. Where does the money come from to put into that fund?
$150 million in the governor's budget this time was going into the
so
state infrastructure.
When I'm looking at this chart on page 41, I'm looking at this 205 million. That is all general fund that is a part of the governor's, I guess, line item, part of that 400 million total.
The 205 million from other totals?
Yes, the other totals. If you look at this chart, at least the way it's presented, maybe it's just a badly presented chart, but it appears that the general fund's 301, and then this 205 comes from other sources. But that 75 million is coming from the governor's budget, which is general fund. Is that correct?
I'll have to correct it. It is from the bond, the money that goes into the infrastructure bank. So yes, it is.
Okay.
I need to fix that. We'll correct that.
Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Assemblywoman Brown May.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm on slide 34. If you don't mind, I just want to go back for clarification. The news about the FMAP increasing actually is surprising to me because the data that I received says the opposite, that some of our FMAPs are actually declining as our population changes. And so I'll dig into that, I think, offline, right? Not just for the MCOs, though, but really our federal match dollars. The percentages continue to change for lots of those line item areas. But if I go and look at Health and Human Services, you're identifying a fund rate increase for developmental services, utilizing opioid settlement funds for early intervention, right? I'm curious to know, though, are you aware that there's currently a deficiency in the existing budget for those services and we have a wait list, like we've shut services down and we're not admitting new people? Is there some assurance that we're addressing the current deficit in our existing budgets as we're developing the new ones moving forward? I'm hoping that this is not a surprise, right? And that y'all understand that we currently have deficits in the existing DHH budgets.
Debbie Reynolds for the record. Yes, the existing budget for developmental services includes funding for the rate increases that were approved last session. It does not fully fund the caseload that's needed to account for ongoing growth. The rate increases, just to sustain the rate increases, was about $200 million. And so, yeah, there's a lot of money going into the ADSD budget, but they are requesting more funds for caseload. So aware that there is additional need.
Thank you for that clarification. I think it's more than caseload based on sort of some of the digging that we've been able to really address in budgeting, right? It was the formulary that came out of the rate recommendation that didn't account for actual services potentially being provided or the number of hours that were necessary, right? So I think that there's a methodology that helped with the formulary that maybe was deficient. I'm concerned, like, as we go into this next budget cycle, as we're looking to expand and wanting to invest more, are we addressing the way we got here in the first place before we move forward?
Thank you, Debbie Reynolds for the record. And I'm positive that the Department of Health and Human Services is going to dig into that and provide more information during their pre-session hearing for you to lay the groundwork for what they intend to discuss with you during their detailed budget presentations.
Okay, let's move on to page what page are we on? '44, I believe. Okay. All right. And before you get started, the teacher here is going to take out her red pen on the second bullet point where it says integration of phonics and STEM elements in reading curriculum. Please make sure when you do your slides, STEM is a acronym, and I would like to be including STEAM. So red pen. Thank you. Go ahead.
Ryan Cherry for the record. And just to, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, to go back to Senator DeWinn's question, the $75 million that you were referencing in the Community Infrastructure Investment Fund that we were talking about for Nevada Forward, that's going to come from general obligation bonds. They're asking to put money in it from bonds into the State Infrastructure Bank moving forward. So it's my understanding in talking with Tiffany that doesn't have a general fund impact. So we've talked about the establishment of the Excellence in Education Fund, integration of phonics and STEAM elements in reading curriculum is slated to have is a requirement to integrate the science of reading and teacher preparation programs at state-funded colleges and universities, and requires ongoing professional development for elementary school teachers. Parent-selected intervention options for literacy education involves the creation of the fund through Empowering Parents Act. It's a $1 million appropriation over each year of the biennium to allow families to access, or to provide funding to allow families to access state-approved literacy tutoring and support services. And then the establishment of the Nevada Integrity and Academic Funding Program. This one's going to be part of the governor's education bill. There's a policy in there for accountability for 1- and 2-star schools. And so I'm going to read you kind of the description of what that policy would entail, and then what this envisions putting forward as a result of that policy. So students in persistently underperforming 1- and 2-star schools will be eligible to transfer to another district school, charter school, or state-approved private school under the governor's accountability program if those schools have available seats. A persistently underperforming school, as described in this, is defined as a school that has maintained a 1- or 2-star designation for 3 or more years. As a result of this program, as a result of that requirement that there's 3 years, in this biennium, there would be no funding going to the actual fund for Nevada Integrity and Academic Funding, because it wouldn't be eligible for any collections until the second year of the next biennium. This budget, however, does fund the build out of an oversight program through the Treasurer's Office that would ensure that any future appropriated funds are used only for their intended purposes and distributed responsibility. So that is going to be $850,000 over the biennium in one-time costs to stand up that mechanism for review and oversight.
Senator Neal, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of questions. So I'm going to just take the second and the third bullet point on your slide, because I have a question. How much of the cost that's rolled into these two, especially for the literacy education, STEAM and STEM, how much of the leftover authority and the ARPA dollars under NDE is going to be applied to these efforts through December 2026? Because I went back and I was looking at the chart from December 12th, our last IFC meeting, and there was still $34 million in authority left over at NDE for learning loss. That's ARPA funds. So how much of that 34 million, right? So, the biennium is 2 years, but you still have 34 million at least through December 2026. How much of that is going to be used for some of these things that actually probably are reflective of learning loss for students? That's the first question.
I'll have to follow up with you on that answer.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. So my second question is, I also was looking at, although there are these interesting spends where we're increasing education budget, there's also a decrease in the statewide base per pupil amount. So I believe what was listed, and you tell me if this is still accurate, since we're changing things, that in FY26, the per pupil expenditure amount was being dropped by $13 in 2026. And then for 2027, you were dropping the per pupil expenditure by $25. So a reversal of the activity that we did in 2023. So I was trying to understand, number one, why we were doing that. Two, are these decreases in the per pupil expenditure ways in which we are generating revenue to then do these other spending activities in other categories? Because I'm not understanding why the per pupil funding amount is being dropped after we increased it in 23. And so, you know, in all worlds, right? You want to know, are we taking from here to then produce over here? So that's the second question.
Debbie Reynolds, for the record. I need to get back to you on most of that. If I recall correctly, there's a budget amendment that we're looking at to make a $2 correction to the base per pupil cost. But I need to, I'm sorry, I'm misstating that. A $2 correction in the PCFP formula, and I don't have enough information on it to explain, but that might be resulting in the confusion on the base cost reduction. So we'll follow up.
Okay, so when you follow up, you're going to clarify where this $2 change may or may not apply, and you're going to show whether or not it's going to apply in 26 or in 2027, potentially.
Debbie Reynolds, for the record, yes, we will do that.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Additional questions on education? Assemblywoman Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just kind of heard some stuff, Chief of Staff Cherry, with respect to what's not really maybe hitting this biennium, but what we're looking in the future. And I just wanted to understand that a little more. I understand that the Treasurer's Office, that it will be $850,000 to set up the programming, but I mean, I know our revenue doesn't keep up with inflation as it is, and we're already seeing budget deficits. I mean, a huge structural budget deficit this cycle. And so looking in the future, I have two questions. One, where's the anticipated revenue going to come for to stand up this cost for like other schools? And I'm kind of curious, I know if you included private education, and I didn't know if there was some sort of anticipation to allocate public funds for private education in this future programming.
Ryan Cherry, for the record. In the future programming, the authorization would be general funds would be attributed to an account. It would be first come, first serve for students in 1 to 2 star schools that are persistently underperforming. They have to qualify for that. And it would be outside of, it would be general fund obligation. It would be set alone count. And yes, it would be set aside to allow kids to access state approved private schools, but there is a definition within the governor's bill that allows you to identify and create the approval for the subjected private schools on it. They have to follow certain requirements, non-discrimination requirements, and all that within the language. So it's something we would like to discuss further to you when we submit the policy on a go-forward basis for consideration.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the follow-up. You said two different things. You said it was going to be from the general funds, and then you said it was going to be from outside the general funds. So are we going to deplete the education fund, or are we going to be looking to new revenue?
Sorry, I meant to say it's coming from the general fund. It's not going to be coming from the state education fund.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you. This is not reflected in the presentation, but I'm just curious, are there any of the recommendations coming from the Commission on School Funding that has been discussed to the Governor's Office and or in any of the Accountability and Education Act, as the Commission on School Funding has clearly stated in their report from last year and then in the past as well, of ways that we could possibly increase funding for education. Is that reflected in any way, shape, or form of the presentation or in the planned budget?
It is not represented in the contemplations of the governor. Actually, I can't say that for sure. I will share the language with you. We plan to submit the language for all of these bills by the end of the week to LCB for drafting. They're in a drafted form that's not LCB style, so I can share that with LCB for consideration, but I will be able to give you more clarification on those. I'm happy to meet you one-on-one to have conversations about the bills.
Thank you very much. And Assemblywoman Torres Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around some of the items that you discussed in the Accountability and Education Act. I'm sure we're going to continue to have a number of conversations because I already have issues. But I want to focus on understanding the Nevada Integrity and Academic Funding Program. Why is it the decision then to not invest and support these one-star, two-star schools, but instead to get students to move these funds and then go to other schools? Like, why is there, or is there any proposal for further investment in these specific schools so that these schools can help close that gap and improve student achievement?
Ryan Cherry, for the record, there are proposals within it. We just were trying to set up a mechanism so if the bill was to be enrolled, the accountability options were being put in place, that it could be stood up and move forward in a timely manner. So that's the first portion of it, but there are contemplations on how to improve and support schools within the bill.
Thank you. I guess what I would just like to see is that, that there's support in closing that gap for all students, because if you have two students that maybe transfer to a different school, that's not going to address the actual issue, which is that our neighborhoods have schools that are one-stars and two-star schools, and we deserve better, and our communities deserve better, and Nevada students deserve better. And I do not think that this current proposal reflects that and reflects a support for closing that achievement gap for the majority of Nevada students.
Thank you very much. And I'll just add to that in a broader scope. We're not just talking about the Clark County School District or the Washoe County School District. We have many, many small school districts that only have one school, say one elementary school. So if you have one elementary school and it's 1 or 2 star, you can't just say, oh, go to another school, because there isn't another school. So I think that you need to keep that in mind when you choose to use funding, because you're going to have to invest in that school in a small community. Senator Neal, did you have one more question before we leave this? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just thought about it when Chair was speaking. Can the parent selected intervention options for literacy education, what exactly does that mean? Are you going to use the SOTs? Are you going to have parents individually coming in and deciding how their kids are going to get their literacy education? I don't know what this means, because in the world of Zoom and what's still on the books of Victory schools, where there is already supposed to be focused interventions on literacy, because it's still in law, this is a parent choice movement that I don't understand how it would be rolled out in real life, in real terms, in a school setting. I don't even know what the term means, parent-selected intervention.
Ryan Cherry, for the record, the Empowering Parents account allows the Department of Education to put together state-approved literacy, a list or a database of state-approved literacy and support services that are available, and allows parents to access that fund to get the supplemental support for their children. To utilize those services that are in the database or use that funding to access those, whether it's online support or whether it's anything else. It's allowing them, it's giving them something that they don't have to pay for to support their children in tutoring and in enhanced education efforts.
So
it's contemplated by the bill.
So in theory, you're going to create grants where parents can draw down, my second grade child cannot learn and I would like to get $500 in order to buy books, versus some global program where we are already investing in learning loss, literacy, and other elements that, I mean, because I'm just thinking about what CCSD, the largest district in the county, has. So you're going to do an optional program where, how are you going to do the accountability on this and make sure that what the parents are going after is serving the child and there is some educational gain? Are we just hoping and believing?
I think it's better for me to come and meet with you and share the bill language with you specifically, so we can have a direct conversation regarding the language. So I'm not talking outside of my expertise.
Okay, so there's actual language on that part.
I plan to submit language at the end of this week to LCB for drafting. So the language that you're going to see is not something that would be drafted by LCB Legal, but we have some contemplated language that will be going forward.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to make one comment about this and then we'll move on. I've worked as an educator and I've also worked in the private education industry. And I just see this as allowing, I don't even know how you would control this in a classroom, for example, of 30 kids, if 30 parents decided they wanted whatever. And second of all, with that being said, we don't tell, when a fireman shows up at our house or a policeman shows up at our house, we don't stop them and say, you know what, you probably should be fighting the fire a different way. Or, you know what, I really would like you. Sure, Monday morning quarterback, people criticize maybe what's going on. But we're allowing, we have highly educated educators who learn this skill and use it year after year after year with kids. And now we're going to say that whatever parent, and I could be that parent, any of us could be that parent, could come in and say to a teacher, I don't necessarily like the way that my child is learning, and I am going to request that you use XYZ product. That's the way this reads to me. So I think that the lack of respect for what is happening with teachers, I think that the lack of respect for education as a whole, I just think we need to start there, and we need to fund and support the things that we have in place, and not say that everyone can just come in and tell us, oh, well, this is how you're going to do it. So that's my 2 cents worth. Assemblywoman Torres, did you have another comment, or is that good? Because we really do need to move on. We are running out of time.
We can move on, but I too would like a meeting soon about that Education Act.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, thank you, Assemblywoman, for relinquishing that. And we'll go on to page 45.
This is the Governor's Safe Street and Safe Neighborhoods Act. So this is fund to hold habitual criminals, offenders accountable, and funding for the administration of programs through the courts and the correction system. And then the last priority bill, we've discussed it, is the establishment of a child care facility tax credit. This would establish a transferable tax credit for qualified investments in licensed child care facilities to address critical shortages in child care deserts or to support working families and enhance workforce stability in areas where there are critical shortages.
Thank you. And Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question. For the Nevada Child Care Facility Tax Credit, where are the tax credits accounted for in the fund balance that's been presented?
They would be repurposing of existing tax credits and funded moving forward.
And saying that, what specific tax credits would be repurposed? Have you decided that as of yet, or is that something you're still working on?
I need to bring you the specific language in the bill, and that will answer the question for you. So I'm happy to have that one-on-one meeting with you, Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Additional questions on this particular Assemblyman Watts?
Thank you, Chair. I had a question on this Safe Streets and Safe Neighborhoods Act. So I see these 2 bullet points. I think I'd like to see some additional details on what's in that. I guess my big picture question, again, going back to the difference between one-time and ongoing expenditures, is does this contemplate additional potential costs for the Department of Corrections? Increases in offender-driven expenses and things like that.
Yes, those are the offender-driven expenses for the biennium that are listed for the bill, plus the cost of the courts.
Thank you. Any additional questions on this particular item? Senator Wynn.
I have a question about this. I know that some of the legislation that passed in 2019 was aimed at using evidence-based and factual-based, and it was passed in an overwhelmingly bipartisan manner that was meant to save the Department of Corrections, hundreds of millions of dollars, actually. And I know that the increased cost to the Safe Streets and Safe Neighborhoods Act, especially around habitual criminal offenders, potentially would lead to increases in, incarceration, potentially, amongst other things. Would you anticipate that in future bienniums that those numbers would continue to go up?
I'm sorry, Ryan Cherry, for the record. To you, Senator Nguyen. Yes, they would go up over time. We have estimates of the schedule impact of it. We contemplated it for this biennium and have looked at it into the future biennium, and it looked like it increased by, I don't know the exact amount, but I'll share that schedule with you if you are interested in seeing it.
I look forward to seeing whether or not the Safe Streets and Safe Neighborhoods Act also has any other types of preventative and, programming in addition to just punitive. Does it have any additional costs added with any kind of rehabilitative measures?
There are no additional costs contemplated in the bill that have rehabilitative measures. I will happy to discuss it further with you and bring copies so we can discuss.
And Chair, may I follow up with another item? I'm going to take by her silence. That means yes. My other question is I noticed in the original budget that was submitted, the structurally deficient budget that was submitted after the State of the State, that there was no increases to reopen or staff the Warm Springs Correctional Center. But I also know that, at our last IFC meeting, there was an attempt by the governor's office to reallocate those ARPA funds because of the potential placement of the Campus for Hope, to put almost $1 million of those ARPA funds to renovate kitchen equipment and culinary equipment in the Warm Springs Correctional Center. I'm just wondering if we expect to see another amendment to open up that prison Obviously, you can see my frustration that this is a part of that ongoing like reorganization and reallocation of money. At first, it was like in June or July, I think it was, when we had IFC, it was like, we need to put this money, we need to bring these kids in foster care that can't be placed, that have special needs and certain disabilities. We need to bring them back to the state of Nevada. I believe they're all housed in Missouri. And it was urgency, and we had to allocate those funds. And then we came back in December, a couple months later, and it was like, no, we're not going to do that because this other project is potentially going in there, and this isn't a suitable place. And so we are going to take that money instead and put it towards culinary equipment and kitchen equipment in a prison that it turns out 2 weeks later is not being reopened. So I'm curious if there's another amendment potentially with increased cost in alignment with the potential, incarceration of more people for longer periods of time in a facility that doesn't exist. So do we anticipate another amendment for the reopening of that facility? Sorry, that was a long-winded history lesson as well.
You will not be receiving a budget amendment from us to reopen Warm Springs in this budget.
Do we know why the governor?
For the record, to you, Senator, I apologize.
Do we know why the governor's office requested culinary equipment for a prison that is not open, that he has no intention of reopening?
I will have to get back to you on that and look into that. I apologize. I don't have the answer off the top of my head. Ryan Cherry, for the record, to you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any additional questions on this particular item? One last question for you. How will we be funding the Community Infrastructure Act?
Ryan Cherry, for the record, to you, Madam Chair. The Infrastructure Investment Fund, sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That will be a one-time general fund contribution to the Community Infrastructure Investment Fund in this biennium, and then the potential of it accessing up to $75 million of the general obligation bonds that are allocated to the State Infrastructure Bank that would otherwise qualify for that.
So is there an estimate to what it will cost to set up?
I will have to get back to you on the specifics of that. I don't believe there is. I think it's just treated like a fund that GOED would be able to use to support infrastructure development, sending money to support projects that would allow for economic development. This is to bring in roads, utilities, the infrastructure that's necessary to bring commercial projects to life, or rural development housings that would otherwise make the projects not come here. That's what it's supporting.
Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So broadly, and I guess theoretically, so what's the combination? So the Community Infrastructure Investment Fund would be used with what other tool that GOED has? Are we going to abate taxes, meaning they won't pay, which in that statutory authority, it is unlimited. And then on top of that, then pay for the roads and infrastructure, which is probably what a business should give to a local government or county, and pay for these things? How will this work? And what will be the multiple tools in which this is applied to?
That's a fair question. Ryan Cherry, for the record, to you, Senator Neal, that's a fair question. It needs to be contemplated within the full context of the Nevada Forward Bill and the rest of the stuff that doesn't have a budgetary impact on it. So I will be happy to share that with you as well. So we can have a discussion on it.
Is that a private discussion or is that a group conversation? Is that should I wait till it comes? I'm assuming that may come into the revenue committee, but I think this is just my personal thought. I think we need to examine how much we're giving away if we're not going to raise revenue. Yes? And we need to figure out how to protect. If we're going to give something away, it should at least be for the social services in which we need to deliver for our citizens, and not giving things to corporate future citizens who can actually pay for it themselves.
And that fund, Ryan Cherry, for the record, to you, Senator Neal, that fund is accessible for both rural housing development and for economic development infrastructure projects.
Okay, well, I look forward to the future conversation on this one in particular. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And one final comment on this is from Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Kind of throughout this presentation, I kept hearing various comments from the governor's priority bills regarding kind of one-shot money, but it seemed like you were kind of struggling, Chief of Staff Cherry, with saying what the future costs were going to be incurred from those priority bills. And it seems like those are going to hit not this biennium, but in the future biennium. However, knowing our revenue structure, we do have some money that's obviously coming in from interest income. That's nice for one-shot items because that interest income may not be there in the next biennium. So with these multiple priority bills, is there some sort of contemplation for future revenue to continue these programs that the governor is looking forward to in his priority bills?
Ryan Cherry, for the record, to you, Assemblywoman Backus. These are just what we're advancing, our ideas and thoughts. We plan to work with you guys to figure out how we would move these moving forward. The governor has made a commitment not to raise revenue in this biennium, and just not to raise revenue at this point. So I would say if the conversations that we have lead to that being necessary, then we're going to have to work together to figure out what is capable through these bills as we move forward. And this is a give and take, really. We'll make a proposal, work with the legislature to figure out what we can do. There's be compromise throughout the process, and that's what's been committed to you guys moving forward, and we'll continue that with his priority bills as well.
Chair Monroe Moreno.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I know that was supposed to be the last question, but you just mentioned that in the governor's state of the state, he said that and as we look at the budget, there are no new revenue drivers in the budget. And he said he was not going to raise revenue. But sitting here today, a number of times, the two of you have mentioned fees, additional fees. Are those new fees, or are those fees that are currently being paid that are going to be redirected to some of the programs? Because the word fees came up a lot. And the way that I interpret fees is revenue generating, which others might say, well, that's a new tax or something. Are there current fees that are being redirected to some of these new programs, or will there be new fees associated with these new programs for sustainable funding of them?
Ryan Cherry, for the record, through to you, Chair Moreno. When we spoke about fees, those were in relation to the Housing Division program, which is a fully fee-funded division with the exception of 2 positions. And so how they run their programs is as they operate them, they do charge fees on the users for them, but that's outside of the general fund. So how we contemplate it as the governor is not raising fees. Those programs will Housing Division has to operate underneath that mechanism, right? So it is a cost. It's neutral to the general fund, and that's the references that we were making earlier.
Thank you for that. I seem to have heard fees and other conversations other than just the housing, but thank you for that explanation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I think that unless you have some closing comments, I think that completes this agenda item. Do you have any closing comments, Chief of Staff, or either one of your fellow participants?
I just want to, Ryan Cherry for the record, I just want to say thank you to the members of this committee for your patience. I know this is not a expectation of the process that you had. We are working diligently to correct some of these issues. I will take full responsibility for the issues that have occurred. I am the Chief of Staff for the governor. These issues happened underneath my watch. I cannot say anything else other than that. I have to own it. We are moving forward to correct it and move forward. And I just want to say to all of you that I understand the frustration. I hear the frustration. And take full responsibility for that. So you have my apologies, and I hope to improve and be better and moving forward.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. And we will close this agenda item and go on to agenda item 4, which is the Department of Administration. Our next presentation will be Ms. Grimmer from the Director of the Department of Administration. And Director Grimmer, please come to the table with your team and begin your presentation when you are ready. And you may go ahead when you're ready. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the subcommittee. Thank you for allowing us here today to present to you. My name is Joy Grimmer. This is my first session as the Director for the Department of Administration. I've worked as a public servant since 2009 here in Nevada and want to recognize the great strides that the state has taken in the past biennium. As a native Nevadan, born in Las Vegas and raised in Southern Nevada, I'm pleased that we're able to have this beautiful building that allows our Southern Nevada constituents to see the legislative process in action. With me today, I have Administrator Will Lewis from State Public Works Division and Bashira Washington, Administrator of the Human Resource Management Division. I also have additional staff here and in Carson City. Slide 2 is our leadership team. We have 10 divisions, and throughout the presentation, we will tell you more about each one.
And Ms. Grimmer, if you would pause just for 1 minute, they are handing us your slide presentation.
Okay.
And I let you go ahead and do your first slide, but let her finish up, and then we'll keep going. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we're ready. Go. Thanks.
Okay, again, Joy Grimmer for the record. The department's mission is to deliver transparent internal government services, plan and maintain critical state infrastructure, and equip state agencies and employees to support the needs of Nevadans. The department goals are to support state agencies in recruiting and retaining a talented workforce, provide outstanding customer service, and collaborate with other agencies to create improved efficiencies in operations. This slide shows the total department ask for fiscal years 2026 and 2027.
Ms. Grimmer, I apologize. They have handed us we have the wrong thing in front of us. So if you will pause just for a minute and we will get what we need. Thank you. Okay, now we have one of everything you should be in front of us. All right, please go ahead. And are you talking about your leadership? Is that where you are? Or did we move on from that?
Slide 3.
You're on slide 3? Okay, perfect. I just wanted everybody to know where you were at. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Okay, again, Joy Grimmer for the record. This slide shows the total department ask for fiscal years 26 and 27, which is a combined total of over $366.3 million. Our main funding source is transfers from other state agencies for our internal services. The department currently has 414.08 employees, and in fiscal years 26 and 27, we propose to have 444.08. The director's office is extremely lean with 5 employees. We support 10 divisions and the Nevada Commission on Women. The director is the chair of the PEB committee, executive member of the Core NV committee dedicated to modernizing the state's human resources and financial systems, and a member of the State Public Works Board. This enhancement would allow for travel to and from Las Vegas for the director and the deputy director. The Administrative Services Division, also known as ASD, has 36 employees that provide efficient, cost-effective fiscal and administrative support services to the divisions of the Department of Administration and other state agencies. Principal services include accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, revenue collection, financial reporting, budgeting, contract administration, and management analysis. The number of accounts handled by the ASD was 87 in fiscal year 2022, and it increased to 109 in fiscal year 2025. Because of this increase, we're asking for E331, which adds an account technician position, and E332, which adds a one management analyst position. In addition, we're also asking for E334, which adds 2 administrative assistant 4 positions to support the administrative section, including payroll functions that support over 750 employees. The purchasing division is comprised of 29 employees and is responsible for procuring services and obtaining supplies, materials, and equipment on behalf of state agencies. Recently, the division opened the division of state property within the purchasing division, opened a new 25,000 square foot warehouse here in Las Vegas. It is used to store inventory, provide storage for agencies with moves, and the plan is to use it to store the Veterans Memorial in Las Vegas. E300 continues funding for expenditures that were added during the interim, including 2 monthly fleet services vehicles, publications, and software. The Nevada Public Employees Deferred Compensation Program is a voluntary tax-deferred supplemental state retirement plan, which provides participants from beneficiaries and their beneficiaries with a valuable supplement to their Nevada Public Employees Retirement System pension. Participant numbers since 2022 have increased from approximately 49,000 to over 55,000. E125 would provide funding in Cat 2, Cat 3, and Cat 30 to accommodate in-state travel and attendance at a conference. The Fleet Services Division is comprised of 16 employees. The division operates facilities in Reno, Carson City, and Las Vegas. Its workload has also increased from approximately 3,100 in fiscal year 2022 to over 4,500 in fiscal year 2024. Because of this, we are asking for 2 new positions. 1 fleet specialist position in Carson City and 1 fleet services worker in Las Vegas. The next slide is one-shot appropriations. E712 provides funds for the replacement of 173 agency-owned vehicles in fiscal year 2026, and E722 provides funds for the purchase of 90 new vehicles in fiscal year 2026 to fulfill agency requests for additional fleet services vehicles. The Nevada State Library, Archives, and Public Records Division is comprised of 35 employees. It includes the State Library and the Archives and Records Program. The Archives and Records Program includes a secure storage for over 53,000 cubic feet of inactive official state records. The E300 combines two categories for operating efficiencies. The Mail Services Division provides mail services to participating state and local government agencies in Las Vegas, Carson City, and Reno areas. Mail Services processed over 12.7 million items in FY24 and served 282 mail stops for interoffice statewide mail. They're asking for E346, which would fund a training and travel for new mail services staff so that they can learn how to use the specialty equipment when turnover occurs in the division. The Hearings and Appeals Division is comprised of 51 positions. and is responsible for conducting all hearings in disputed workers' compensation cases, victims of crime cases, and appeals from state bid awards. In addition, the division conducts hearings via an interagency agreement with various state agencies. This enhancement, E300, continues funding for an appeals position that was added during the interim. The Risk Management Division is comprised of 7 positions, and they provide insurance process claims and provide risk management consultation services to state agencies and employees. This M101 adjustment would allow for a yearly escalator in premiums, and the hope would be that we would not have to come to IFC to have the adjustment every year. And with that, I will turn it over to Bashira Washington, Administrator for DH.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready. Good morning. My name is Bashira Washington. I am the Administrator for the Division of Human Resource Management. We call it DHRM or DERM. DERM is comprised of approximately 96 employees, and we operate under NAC 284. There are various sections under the division of DHRM that consist of central payroll and central records, classification and compensation, labor relations unit, consultation, accountability, and regulations, our agency, human resource services, our EEO, as well as our Office of Employee Development. For E330, we are asking for travel and training funds in order to ensure that we can cross-train our staff that are located not only in Carson City, but here in Las Vegas. This enhancement, will also provide additional funding for the PERS conference, as well as the cross-training. The E345 is the addition of 2 HR techs and 1 HR analyst that we currently have on staff as intermittent staff to transition them to full-time. E330 is a request that increases in-state and out-of-state travel for the division's leadership and for staff training and development activities. We have various events such as our recruiting fairs that we have not only here in Las Vegas, but in Carson City, veterans mentorship programs, and some classification, compensation, outreach training that we perform. E334 is a request to fund 1 training officer. That is to facilitate in the Office of the Employee Development section to support the mandatory supervisor training program. E336 is the request of 2 new accountant tech positions and the associated cost. With the increase in employees in fiscal year, the state had approximately 16,955, and to date we have over 19,000. The addition of the 2 new accountant technicians will help to facilitate the data entry input as well as the auditing and reporting functions of our payroll division. E345 requests 1 new HR technician and 2 new HR analysts. Those positions as well are intermittent positions that are currently filled that we would be moving to full-time permanent employees. E346 requests the continued funding of 1 deputy administrator over our central payroll and central records section. This is a person who is currently filling this role. So we are requesting the funding to move for a permanent basis. And with that, I will hand it over to
Administrator Will.
Okay, please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Will Lewis.
Mr. Can you pause just for 1 minute? Senator Nguyen has a question on that last item.
Thank you. I believe that you are the one that's kind of like, I don't want to say in charge, but aware of like the collective bargaining for state employees. And I know that the way of the timing of this, it is always very awkward because we learn of what potentially those negotiations and outcome of those have been like towards the end of session. Do you have any update that you're able to give us? I know that I'm particularly concerned because I know it's not traditionally included in the governor's budget recommendations, but it is something that we will have to account for. And I'm curious if you have any update that you're able to provide at this point on the status of those, given the fact that we have such a structurally deficient budget. And even with the PowerPoint amendments that we received today, it is still at least $85 million in the red. So I was wondering if you had any update on that potential increased cost that we might anticipate receiving and when we might be able to have a better understanding of what those negotiations entailed.
Bashir Washington, Administrator for DHRM, for the record. I am in current negotiations with all of our unions. So as all negotiations are held in confidential meetings, just know that I am in current, and I go back at this afternoon. So I am in current negotiations with the CBAs.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, now go ahead, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It's fine. Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. Again, I'm Will Lewis, Administrator of Public Works. The State Public Works Division, comprised of 132 employees, we oversee and manage the legislatively approved capital improvement program, as well as 4 operational budgets, accounts. The facilities condition analysis, which is responsible for inspecting and evaluating the short and long-term facility maintenance needs for all state-owned buildings, fall within our wheelwell. We also have oversight over engineering and planning, which manages the implementation of approved CIP projects and conduct building code-related inspection functions for all state-owned buildings. Building and Grounds Department, which provides statewide maintenance and housekeeping services for most state-owned facilities in Carson, Reno, and Las Vegas, also fall in our wheelwell. And then finally, the Marlette Lake Water System, which provides a reliable water delivery system for Carson City and Story counties, is also within our realm. On the slide, Enhancement E300, Government Support Services. This request transfers authority from the maintenance of buildings and grounds category category Cat 12 to the buildings renovation category 14. This will also establish that the building maintenance and category is for routine building operations such as janitorial services, landscaping, filter, light bulb replacement, etc., will continue. And the building renovation category is for all repairs, renovations, preventive maintenance, as well as emergency service work. Also, Enhancement 333, Government Service Support. This request funds an increase to inmate payroll expenses. The Building and Grounds section utilizes Nevada Department of Correction inmates to supplement state personnel as needed on grounds maintenance and building maintenance. And due to the increase of our workload in Northern Nevada, the Building and Grounds department has been utilizing inmates more frequently than in past fiscal years. The division does not anticipate this need to slow down. Therefore, we're requesting an enhancement to support this increase. And this increase in the workload has been in building over the last few fiscal years. Okay, next slide. Yeah. Enhancement E335, government service support. This request funds ongoing utilities at the McCarran complex for space that will be occupied in fiscal years 2026 and 2027. Enhancement E712, equipment replacement. This request replaces 3 agency-owned vehicles with fleet service vehicles. Slide 21, please. Enhancement E714, equipment replacement. This request funds the replacement of building equipment whose useful life has expired, or they're unsafe, unreliable, or problematic for staff. Providing for the replacement of aged equipment will enable B&G to continue working without disruption. Additionally, the replacements will allow B&G to perform the work in-house versus using outside contracted services. The replacement equipment on the attached list is intended to both increase our work efficiency while providing an elevated level of safety during our work operations. Enhancement E720, again, new equipment. This request funds equipment that will improve efficiencies by enabling our staff to complete work assignments without involving outside contractors or vendors. Providing for the purchase of new equipment will enable B&G to continue working without disruption. The new equipment on the attached list is intended to both increase our work efficiency and to provide elevated safety for our staff during work operations. E900 transfers from the Siena Regional to the State Public Works and B&G Department. This request transfers 4 positions consisting of 2 maintenance repair specialists, 1 custodial worker, and 1 custodial supervisor from Sierra Regional Center, budget account 3280, to the State Public Works Division Buildings and Ground budget account 1349. In May 2024, the Sierra Regional Center was relocated from buildings on the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Service campus in Sparks to 10375 Professional Circle in Reno. The 2023-2025 Sierra Regional Center budget includes 2 maintenance repair specialists, 1 positions, 1 custodial worker, 2, and a custodial supervisor, 1. Sierra Regional Center no longer needs these positions because the State Public Works Division Building and Ground staff will be responsible for custodial and maintenance services at the new location on Professional Circle. Therefore, Sierra Regional Center requests is to transfer these positions to Buildings and Ground budget 1349. Next slide, please. Enhancement 331, government support services. This request funds heavy equipment rental for a wheel loader to maintain roads and backcountry areas at the Marlette Lake water system. The Marlette Lake water system existing wheel loader is currently non-operational due to a failed transmission, as well as it's reached its end of life. The loader went down back in spring of 2021. And so the division is in the process of accessing this piece of equipment. The road maintenance in the backcountry area was at a standstill starting in 2021 until the rental equipment began being utilized in fiscal year 2024. The division would like to continue to use the rental equipment in fiscal 26 and 27 biennium, like the utilization frequency during the fiscal years 2024 and 2025 biennium. Access to the backcountry is vital for the operation of the Marlette Lake water system. It helps us to monitor as well as snow removal and to maintain and repair the 100-year-old dams and reservoirs in the area or part of the system. Failure to maintain the roads puts the state at risk of not being able to access the water system and to provide adequate water to Virginia City and Carson City. Enhancement 331, government support services. This request funds additional travel to attend in-person stakeholder meetings to support the division's efforts to move state agencies into habitable spaces. State Public Works Division requests an increase in travel authority for the Department of Administration, including the Department of Public Works Administrator, that's myself, as well as my Buildings and Grounds Deputy Administrator. Given that the State Public Works leadership will be traveling more frequently in the upcoming fiscal year, this authority is needed to attend stakeholders meetings in person and to conduct site visits at state-owned facilities in both the northern and southern regions, ensuring that we are effectively managing what we have. And with that said, I'll conclude our presentation. Thank you very much for your time. And I think we stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. I'll start with Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of hopefully very quick questions, but I just wanted to confirm that the information that you provided to us today was in fact the same information that is in the governor's proposed budget that we received on Wednesday, so there weren't any changes that appeared in the materials in the presentation today versus what was submitted to us Wednesday in conjunction with the State of the State speech.
Joy Grimmer for the record, Director for Department of Administration. This was taken out of NEBS 210. It's exactly GovRec's budget.
And Madam Chair, if I could ask one quick follow-up. Obviously, you guys sat through this morning's presentation that was before yours when you heard that we received a budget with a structural deficit of over $300 million. And I think with the amendments that were proposed via PowerPoint slide today, still $88 million. Now realizing very little of the money in your division comes from general fund appropriation. I think it's only 4%. Most of it is transfer. But have you been asked by the governor's office to trim back your budget at all or provide any amendments to them to help facilitate balancing the budget? Or can you just talk about whether that's happened, whether you anticipate it to happen, just so we have an idea?
Again, Joy Grimmer for the record. At this point, no, I have not began working on any budget amendments. I am very familiar with them, having worked for the state for so many years, but no, I haven't.
Thank you very much. And Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And this just kind of reduced my questions. I just had one question. I don't know if it's for each of you or just for you, Director, but what is the current vacancy rates at the Department of Administration?
Joy Grimmer for the record. I believe that we're hovering between 15 and 17%, but we have been going down significantly. We have some divisions like Public Works, a couple of their budget accounts are higher, like 25%, because they're credentialed positions. And then we have others where it's a very low percentage.
And then, Madam Chair, if I may ask a follow-up question.
Please.
In the last session, we were able to provide some increases to pay and other benefits to each of our agencies for employee recruitment. Have you seen those vacancy numbers drop over the last biennium?
Joy Grimmer for the record, yes. From right before Governor Lombardo came in, I believe we were hovering around 24 to 25%. I actually was working for Department of Taxation at the time, and we were about 21% ourselves. Right now, we're at high 13% vacancy rate for the state as a whole.
All right. Any additional questions from anybody on the committee? Oh, Assemblyman P.K. O'Neill, please go ahead.
I've got a real easy one. I was asked actually over the weekend about the veterans. the Veterans Memorial that we've moved into storage. Are there any future plans? What do we got planned for that? Was the question that was posed to me.
Administrator Will Lewis, Public Works, for the record. Thank you. Excellent question. So presently, we are working on decommissioning or deconstructing that memorial to put it in temporary storage. We have conversations right now with Las Vegas. They have identified a site, Thunderbird Park, that they would love to relocate that memorial to until they get their act together, so to speak. We're going to house it and hold on to it, and then they'll take over from that.
Any timeline at all, just out of curiosity?
We do have Administrator Will Lewis, for the record, we do have a timeline. I'm sorry, I can't give it to you verbatimly, but I can provide it to you, Senator. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair, for the time.
Okay, with no other questions, we appreciate you being here today. Thank you very much. And thank you for being concise and getting us through this agenda item. All right, with that, we are going to stop and take a lunch break. We need to take an hour because those of you that are in the audience that may need lunch, there is not lunch facilities in this building yet that are not open. So we will take an hour and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. And we have left on the agenda the capital improvement agenda item number 5, Department of Transportation left to do. So if that works for everybody, we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the lunch break. And we will go to agenda item 5. So we're at? Yeah. I want to make sure I had the right number. The Capital Improvement Program and State Debt Capacity and Affordability Report. And Mr. Lewis, you're back with us. And you're here to give us the Capital Improvement Program presentation. And then hopefully there will be somebody from the Treasurer's Department, and we'll get there when we get there. So go ahead, Mr. Lewis, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. I am Will Lewis, Administrator of Public Works. Joining me today is Brian Walker, Deputy Administrator, Public Works, and Mr. Michael Brown, Chief of Planning, Public Works. We're pleased to present a high-level overview of the Governor's recommended capital improvement program for the upcoming 2025 legislative session. And although this presentation is a brief overview of the CIP, a more in-depth series of presentations will be given forthcoming in subsequent hearings. With that said, I'd like to just give a brief overview of our presentation today. First, we'll review our vision, mission, and philosophy statement. Then we will review the summary of various agency requests, the board's recommendation, and finally, the governor's recommendations by departments. We'll also discuss briefly the funding sources and the prioritization criteria, and we'll also provide a high-level overview of projects included in the governor's recommended capital improvement program. And then we'll present a brief overview of the facility condition analysis operation, which will be followed by a discussion of our major challenges we face in public works. And then finally, we'll wrap our presentation up by responding to any questions the committee may have. Okay, next slide. Thank you. Our vision at the State Public Works is that state agencies will occupy exemplary facilities. Our mission is to provide well-planned, efficient, safe facilities for state agencies so that they can effectively administer their programs. Our philosophy is that we work as a team to build consensus, and we take pride in our work as we serve with humility. Each April, on even-numbered years, the various state agencies are required to submit their CIP requests to the State Public Works Division. Last April, we received 441 project requests. Our staff worked closely with agencies to remove expired requests and to remove duplicate requests, as well as projects that may have already been done in the past or projects that are currently funded in the 2021-2023 CIP bill. Once that vetting process concluded, our staff worked with the agencies and assisted them in preparing their presentations of projects to the State Public Works Board. This pie chart that you see on the screen gives an overview or an overlook at the CIPs that were presented to our board by various state agencies back in August of 2024. As you can see, the total of state agency requests equaled $2.974 billion. Once the state agencies presented their projects to the Public Works Board back in August, back during the August hearing, myself as the administrator made recommendation to the board in mid-September. We utilized the prioritization criteria approved by the board. It served as a guide in helping the board to make decisions on which projects would move forward. Once the board agreed with the recommendations, the State Public Works Division staff prepared the board recommendation. This pie chart shows the distribution of projects as recommended by our board to the governor back in October last year. This chart shows the distribution of projects in the governor's recommendation. As you can see, the total funding is less than the $1.247 billion recommended by the board. The governor's recommendation for the 2025 CIP, therefore, was 71 projects totaling $1.128 billion. This slide here highlights our funding originates from multiple sources. For state-funded projects, we have general obligation bonds as well as general funds. And then we also have another category for other fundings, which include highway, federal, and agency dollars. This slide highlights the State Public Works Board has approved the following criteria in evaluating and prioritizing projects submitted by agencies. As you look at that, you see we got four main categories. Legal requirements, which touch on projects that require ADA requirements, Americans with Disability, that touches on the American with Disability Act, as well as life safety and code violations. Then we have deferred maintenance projects, which focuses on essential facilities like prisons, hospitals, and the Nevada Highway Patrol Command. Also in that same category, we have statewide programs, projects that involve roofing, fire and safety, life safety, paving, and indoor air quality. Area 3, category 3 rather, we have project continuations. Those are projects that involve FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment from previously funded construction projects, as well as ongoing phases of previously funded construction projects or planning projects. And then the final category is our new constructions, which may require encumber projects that are statewide programs, state programs are planning for future projects, as well as historic renovation projects. Next slide. Okay. This slide depicts the funding by priority. And we've also broken out the state and other monies into separate categories for this illustration. So as you can see, for legal requirement projects, they total $455 million. Statewide programs, $24 million. Project continuations, $270 million. Capital and construction projects, $136 million, as well as our advanced planning projects for the future. We're right around $20 million, a little over $20 million. So with that said, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Administrator Brian Walker. And Brian's going to take a much more detailed deep dive into our recommended projects. Brother Walker, Brian.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brian Walker, and I'm the Deputy Administrator of Professional Services for the State Public Works Division. I'm going to start with the CIP projects that were recommended based on legal criteria as shown here for you today. The biggest legal challenge in the state is reflected by projects C01 and C02. These projects are $420 million combined and will build a 327,000 square foot, 300-bed psychiatric facility for forensic patients at DHHS's Charleston Boulevard campus in Las Vegas. This facility will eliminate the backlog and enable the state to comply with court orders and provide critical mental health care. Although Project CO2 is separate, it is also critical for the completion of the forensic facility. This project critically relocates 2 buildings within the proposed forensic facility's footprint. Altogether, the CIP proposes addressing $455 million of projects addressing legal issues. The next 3 slides show maintenance projects requested for the CIP. On this first slide, note the combined maintenance projects. Project MO2 for DHHS is comprised of 18 sub-projects. MO3 for administration has 11 sub-projects, and MO4 for corrections with 10 sub-projects. Project MO3H is administration projects, but that are funded with highway funds, and that project includes 4 sub-projects. As a background, State Public Works started using combined maintenance projects in the 21 CIP and has expanded this concept in each CIP since. This has proved to be a very effective way to tackle the state's maintenance needs, as new and emergent projects can immediately begin addressing this issue during the biennium. When you're reviewing these projects, you will find Priority 1 and Priority 2 sub-projects. The Priority 1 projects are those where funding has been requested in the CIP and is included in the budget for that project. The intent is to start Priority 2 or other emergent projects as savings can be realized as Priority 1 projects are completed. The next slide shows the remaining 14 maintenance projects. So while we're looking at this slide, I'd like to highlight Project M26. Not all projects are as high profile as the forensic facility, but maintenance projects like this are every bit as critical to the using agency. This project is a $1.4 million maintenance project at the Nevada State Museum in Carson City and will replace fan coil equipment that has been in service for 34 years. In total, there are $221 million of facility maintenance projects requested in the CIP. This slide shows the last of the maintenance projects and is comprised of the remaining statewide projects not already listed as a legally required project. These projects provide critical maintenance of statewide facilities with projects like roofing and paving. The next category of projects will consist of our continuation projects. These projects were funded for design in the 2023 CIP and are now ready to move to construction. I'd like to highlight Project CO3 on this list, which provides critical services to Nevada's veterans. This project constructs a 156,700 square foot, 128 bed skilled nursing facility. This $223 million project is located in North Las Vegas at the Decatur DMV site. This project will greatly reduce the backlog of needed beds for Nevada's veterans. Here's a list of the remaining 13 capital construction projects for $136 million requested in the CIP. I'd like to talk about a couple projects from this list for you today. Project CO6 is a $9.2 million project that will construct a 72,200 square foot aircraft parking apron expansion at the Nevada Air National Guard's facility in Reno. This project is predominantly federally funded and will provide space for the 152 Airlift Wing to continue to operate their 8 C-130 aircraft. Project C-22 will provide $2.2 million for design and construct a long-awaited natural history exhibit at Nevada State Museum in Carson City. I wanted to point this project out as a reminder that not all of our projects are buildings. And finally, C-26 is a $71 million project that will purchase and improve 7 office buildings in the Las Vegas area, and C-27 will purchase an office building in Reno for $24 million. Together, these projects will add 524,000 square feet of office space to the state's inventory. And finally, here's a list of 9 planning projects totaling $20.7 million. On this slide, I'd like to talk about Project P06. This project consists of design funds for an 8,240 square foot civil support team facility in Carson City. This group is a military first responder to chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear incidents. The group is currently housed in a leased facility that does not meet the Department of Defense's anti-terrorism standards. The project will provide planning to house the civil support team in a suitable state facility. With that said, thank you, and I'll hand it back to Administrator Lewis.
Thank you, and go ahead, please.
Administrator Will Lewis for the record. The statewide programs to date is perhaps one of our most active programs at the State Public Works Division. Statewide programs approved in 2021, in the 2021 CIP, are nearing completion, and those approved in the 2023 CIP are well underway. We anticipate completion of the 2021 statewide programs by June 30th of this year, and the completion of the 2023 statewide programs by June 30th of 2027. Now I'd like to switch gears a little bit for the next few slides. I'd like to cover the Facility Condition Analysis Program. The Facility Condition Analysis Program, or FCA, periodically assess state buildings to document necessary maintenance needs. This serves to document safety issues and to develop a database of recommended project repair projects. The information is then used by state agencies to help prepare their maintenance budget requests, as well as providing documentation for future CIP requests when warranted. Next slide. Here are some statistics from the FCA group. Currently, there are 11.3 million square feet of state-owned buildings comprising some 2,468 structures. The estimated replacement costs for these buildings is approximately $4.5 billion. The FCA currently projects $679.6 million in recommended repairs at these buildings. These figures are for construction and maintenance costs only. The overall project costs, which can include design, escalation, contingencies, and other items, are not included in the total cost. On this slide, here are the costs for recommended repair projects broken down by priority. So you see priority 1, 2, and 3. Next slide. Our Facilities Condition Analysis Group is a small but mighty team. They're supported by 3 full-time employees with a goal of surveying approximately 600 buildings per biennium. Right. Next slide. Thank you. In closing, I'd like to just discuss and just report a few major challenges that we face at the State Public Works Division. First, our staffing levels. Our professional services and building inspection sections have 62 full-time employees that are involved in CIP. We currently have 13 vacancies in these positions, establishing a current vacancy rate of 21%. This vacancy rate is not due from a lack of hiring. Over the biennium, we have filled 23 positions. However, staff members have left or found new positions in the division, and so we continue to aggressively pursue recruits and fill these vacancies. The second challenge is our supply chain. The supply chain issues continue to slow down our projects. And although we've seen marked improvements since the COVID-19 era, it's still a challenge for us. Let me give you an example. We have seen some of our building components like electrical transformers. They can take up to a year for procurement. So when we factor that into our overall project schedule, it could be a challenge for us. Our final challenge is competitive salaries and benefits. First, I want to give a big thanks for the recent pay increase for state workers. While the pay raises have done much to level the playing field, we still face challenges when competing with other government entities across the state. But as a group and as a division, we're still optimistic, we're still enthusiastic about what we see in the future, and we'll continue to work hard to fill those vacancies. With that said, thank you, committee, for the opportunity to allow us to present to you this afternoon. We're looking forward to presenting and following up with the subsequent meetings on more information as needed as we dive into the different parts of our CIP. And with that, we stand ready if you have any questions for us.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. We'll go to Speaker Yeager and then over to Senator Titus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions on some of the items. I know we're going to get into more detail on this later, but just wanted to ask while I had you here. So starting with CO1, which is a Southern Nevada Forensic Facility, obviously a big number there. My question is, I think some members of this committee will remember that we had an item before the Interim Finance Committee, I don't know, a year or two ago, and we were going to redo, in partnership with the city of Las Vegas, we were going to revamp the jail and have folks housed there. So my question is this project sort of in lieu of that? Because that city of Las Vegas project never really ended up happening. So did CO1 become necessary because we weren't able to move forward with that other anticipated project?
Brian Walker, for the record. Speaker Yeager, thank you for that question. So I do remember, the Las Vegas jail project was really a stopgap project to address the immediate need for these forensic patients. Although the jail project stopped, it transitioned to a project on the campus itself in an existing building, Building 3, so the Stein. And so that project is continuing, and we'll hope to complete that here at some point this year. The 25 CO1 project in front of you is addressing more the long-term need for these patients. And so, they're both needed. I guess you could say it that way, and they're not, it's not in lieu of the other one.
Madam Chair, if I might, the next question I had was M06, which is the evaporative cooling replacement for housing units 1 through 12 at High Desert State Prison. I remember a lot of discussion on what was going on at the prison during the interim in terms of the really, really oppressive summer heat that we had. And so I just, 59 million seems like a lot of money to me, but these things are always more expensive than I think they're going to be. So I guess if you could just talk at a really high level, like what exactly is that going for? And then what were the alternatives? Because I think at some point we talked about putting in central air, and I believe that was massively more expensive. So if you could just sort of remind me or tell me how we got to this particular number and decided to move forward with this project at High Desert State Prison versus other alternatives.
Brian Walker, again for the record. So thank you for that question. That project's got a large dollar number on that, and it's always interesting. We put these together and you get to the bottom and it's more expensive than we thought. So, just to kind of talk about how we got to where we are on that project a little bit, it's High Desert State Prison is a large facility. It's, about 900,000 square feet. It has 12 housing units and it, houses a lot of our state's inmates. And so that is really what drives the price so high, is just because it is a large area. It's not just a single building. These are large buildings. To kind of speak to what this project has and what it could have had is this project is evaporative cooling only. That is what is cooling those buildings right now. And it's our opinion that's the best path forward as well. We did take a look at using, I guess you'd say, compressed cooling or compressed, I think I'm saying that the right way. Conventional cooling, thank you. My mechanical engineers are going to have a heyday with me. But bed air conditioning, they like to use a better word than I do. I think we saw some estimates kind of come together on that where that was massively more expensive. And the reasons is those buildings were built and designed with the concept of evaporative cooling. Once you use real air conditioning, you have to build buildings with better insulation. They have to be airtight. You have to have higher or better utilities servicing those buildings. And so transitioning it to air conditioning just makes you redo a lot of the facility where it's better to stay with the evaporative cooling. That being said, evaporative cooling will cool the buildings and will keep the inmates at the temperatures they need to be if they're maintained and operating correctly.
Great, thank you. And Madam Chair, if I could ask just a couple more, please.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. So moving on to the capital construction, C26 and C27, you talked about that was a purchase of additional office buildings, both here in Las Vegas and I think one up in Reno, purchase and improvements. So my question here is this. I remember back, I believe it was the governor's State of the State speech back in 2023. He had indicated he wanted to get everybody back to working in person versus remote work. Now, I don't think that's happened because I've heard that folks at Dieter, for instance, some of those folks are still working from home. So my question is just to this point, I mean, do we anticipate that we have the need for this space? Is it a matter of moving state employees out of lease space into buildings we own? Is this a matter of getting folks back to the office from their home environment? So if you could just, I know that's like 3 or 4 questions, but if you could just talk about generally like the philosophy behind these buildings, are we moving people or are we having them come from home back to the office? And I see you've phoned a friend to Director Robb, so thank you, Director Robb.
Jack Robb for the record. We made great strides buying the buildings we bought last time. But knowing that we lease over 2.1 million square feet of office and better than 50% of that's owned by non-resident owners, we hardly put a dent in that. We bought 835,000 square feet here. But the legislature took 198,000. You guys got 3 buildings. We closed down Grant Sawyer. We closed down a place over off of Belrose that was a call center for welfare. Our net gain was 356,000 square feet here, so we still have a long ways to go. The office that we're trying to purchase in Reno, it is a huge upgrade for the agencies that moved in, and we put multiple agencies in there. They're all under DHHS. It's currently occupied 100%. I think Assemblywoman Brown May visited it last week. It's a beautiful building that will enable us to serve our constituents going forward for years to come. It's fairly new. And it was renovated just prior to COVID. They did a $6 million renovation on it, and they never moved back in. So we are finding opportunities to house our employees in places they can be proud to come to work, plus to provide the services in a more efficient manner, and have buildings that are long-lasting and easier to maintain than the old ones we currently try to put Band-Aids on routinely and fail to provide a safe, effective place for our employees to work and provide the services they're required to.
So, Madam Chair, if I could, Director Robb, I just wanted to sort of get clarification. Do you know, in terms of, is it just moving employees who are they're in other office spaces that the state is leasing, or are we still bringing folks back from at-home work? Because I don't think that commitment was realized from 2 years ago. I know there's still people working at home. So, I mean, what is the overarching goal? Is it both of those things? Is it one of those things?
Check her off for the record. If there's people working from home, it's unbeknown. I don't know that. So we're going to have some discussions when I leave here today. You might have let the cat out of the bag, because by not my knowledge, and I'm supposed to be the one signing those work remotely agreements, there should not be anybody working from home at this point. They should all be back in the office, and we have ample room to get people back in the office at this point.
And Director, not trying to get anybody in trouble, but I will tell you the genesis of that question came from a constituent who was working on unemployment issues and was advised that they had to provide some kind of documentation, and apparently was not able to provide that because the person they were interfacing with was not at an office building. They were working from home. Don't know if that's true or it's not, but that's the genesis of the question. So when you're looking into it, if you could look into that, again, I don't know if that's true, but that's why I asked the particular question. And Madam Chair, if I could ask just one more quick question. I promise it's the last one for this.
Promises, promises.
I just wanted to ask, similar to when the Department of Administration presented, I assume that the budget we're seeing here is consistent with what was in the budget we received last Wednesday following the State of the State address. And so my question to you is whether you have been asked yet by the governor's office to make any adjustments to this budget to potentially rectify what was a $300+ million budget deficit. And my understanding is, so we sit here today with proposed amendments we got through the slide presentation, sits at about $88 million.
Administrator Will Lewis, for the record, thank you for that question. No, we were not asked to modify anything in that presentation, any of our figures, any of our numbers from the governor's office.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. My questions revolve around CO3 and CO6. Having been part of this when we built the Northern Nevada Veterans Home, I know that these federal partnerships takes a while to get reimbursed. So on both of these projects, have they been okayed on the federal level? And what's the estimated time that you see for reimbursement, and what % would we be reimbursed?
Brian Walker again for the record. Thank you for that question. Let me start with Project CO3. That's the North Las Vegas Veterans Home. My understanding, each of those products, federal funding, they always have a little bit of a different process, right? And so with this Veterans Home, we haven't, received award of that grant yet. The way the Veterans Administration does it is they basically have you lined up and ready to go. We will be able to receive that grant once the construction contract goes into place. Once we understand the exact construction cost, we can receive that. It is a reimbursement grant that is a 65% federal grant, 65-35% split. And as far as the reimbursement goes, that's something that we would reimburse during the project. I think they let us reimburse that quarterly. The other thing to think of too is the planning project, which you might be thinking about, that was previously funded last session, is undergoing, and that's going to be complete. That project was funded at that time with all state dollars. And once the federal dollars come in for this project, then the money that the state spent on planning can be reimbursed at that time. So we did have to front the design dollars a little bit, but they will be reimbursed.
I'm going to just thank you for that. So does that mean then that these funds that will be reimbursed go back into the general fund?
Brian Walker for the record, that's correct. So that the way the CIP bill was written, that'll go directly back into the general fund.
So in the past, I think we get kind of like a number. You walk into, a building, you draw a number, and you get listed on these different projects and when we get reimbursed or when they get approved. Are we in some sort of a location now for both of these projects, the National Guard one and then specifically the Veterans one?
Brian Walker for the record, yes, I'd have to check to see the exact location for the Veterans Home grant status, because you do end up on a list and you move forward in the list. It's my understanding that we're ready to go to get the construction dollars for the project. I would have to check with my friends at Veterans to see exactly where we're at. The other project, the National Guard project, the federal funding process is different, where you don't end up on a list. That is funding that comes from the National Guard. They actually don't even really call it a grant. It's in between a grant and a contract, technically. And that funding is ready to go for that project.
And is that a 65-35 also, or do they fund that one 100%?
Brian Walker for the record, that is 100% federal funding. The only state dollars in that project is really just to cover PM&I, plan, check, and advertising, printing, just a little bit of state dollars.
And that's that $235,000 that you have listed there.
Correct. So
do we get reimbursed when they're allocated or after we spend them? So we have to spend the money first. Is that correct?
Brian Walker for the record. So for CO6, we actually, it's not reimbursement dollars. The National Guard receives those dollars and they will use those to pay the invoices as they come in.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then is that brought back down to us, staff, when to pay those bills, or does it go directly? Where does that money come as the federal government sends the money in? And it would be a question for staff, I would ask. So the question was a process question, really. So the money has already been awarded, it sounds like, from the National Guard. And then we are doing the project, and then the National Guard reimburses us 100%. Does it come then to, where does that money, does it have to come back to us when we pay our bills? Is it a separate account that is there that then they're paid from? So it goes directly to our National Guard? I'm just wondering about the process.
Yeah, Brian Walker for the record. I think I know where you're going with that question. My understanding is, and I'm going to do my best to stay in my lane and not talk about everybody else's budgets, but my understanding is the National Guard has authority in their budget, and that allows them to intake the federal funds.
Okay, I just needed some clarification. If they receive these federal funds, there's a certain amount, then they can pay invoices without returning back to this body, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the questions.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Anderson, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. My question kind of goes back to what Administrator Lewis started off with. When you do the actual deep dive information, I'm just wondering if there's a way possibly to include any sort of money that's any sort of explanation as to whether or not some of the projects started due to ARPA funding earlier. Because as I'm reading through this information, my mind's going back to when we heard about that during IFC and then also during the session. So just getting that clarification will help a little bit when it's time for the details. So it's just a request for the future discussions to bring forward if this is also based upon a continuation of ARPA funding.
Administrator Will Lewis, for the record, thank you for that, and we will consider that in our next presentation. Absolutely.
Any additional questions for Mr. Lewis or his team? All right. Thank you very much, and thank you for your information. We appreciate your time. And next in agenda number 5 is the Treasurer's Office to present the State Debt Capacity and Affordability Report. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Emily Nagel, and I serve as the Executive Assistant to Treasurer Zach Conine. I am here today on behalf of Treasurer Conine and Deputy Treasurer Eaton to present Agenda Item 5, the State Debt Capacity and Affordability Report. Treasurer Conine and Deputy Treasurer Eaton were unable to attend today's hearing due to previously scheduled commitments. The General Obligation Debt Capacity and Affordability Report for the 2025 to 2027 biennium is submitted to the members of the 83rd 2025 legislative session on behalf of the State Treasury in order to provide information regarding the state of Nevada's general obligation debt capacity under its constitutional debt limitation and the affordability of its existing and proposed general obligation debt paid from the revenue received from the 0.17 ad valorem property tax currently levied to repay the state's general obligation debt. The affordability analysis for the 2025 to 2027 biennium reflects the state's ability to issue general obligation GO debt paid with ad valorem property taxes in the amounts of $269.7 million to complete the 2023 capital improvement projects CIP authorized by Assembly Bill 1 in the 2023 special legislative session, as well as $995 million for projects and programs outlined in the governor's recommended 2025 to 2027 executive budget. The increase in affordability as compared to the 2023 to 2025 biennium report is primarily due to the following factors. A substantial amount of the state's debt will be paid off over the next several years, 57% of state debt within 5 years and 80% within 10 years. B, accumulated savings realized from prepaying existing bonds and executing refinancing opportunities. And C, ad valorem property tax revenue is projected to greatly exceed the prior report. Additionally, the affordability analysis projects $2.1 billion of GEO issuance over the 3 subsequent biennia. The projection of future issuance affordability in subsequent biennia should be helpful in the long-term planning, execution, and delivery of the state's future capital improvement programs. Additional details and information are laid out in the report submitted by our office that should be included in the committee's materials. That concludes my presentation. Should the committee have any questions, I will make note of them and relay them back to Treasurer Conine and Deputy Treasurer Eaton to follow up offline. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you very much. There may be some questions. We have these budget hearings every session before session. So it is very important that our directors are here or our constitutional officers when they're discussing their budgets. And following up offline is really hard. So do we have any questions from the committee? Senator Wynn.
Sorry, I share the frustration of our chair. We all are here. We have a very limited time to vet these budgets and hear these presentations. I think that a public forum is where these questions should be vetted. So I appreciate the position that you have been put in, and I appreciate that you are here today to take down notes and relay those questions to our treasurer. But I guess my questions have to do with the same structural deficient budget that we were presented by the governor's office previously, and whether or not, the office of the treasurer had been asked to make any cuts based on that structurally deficient budget. So I guess that would be my question for the treasurer's office, since they are not here today and there's no one available in that office to be able to answer these questions today. That would be my first question, whether or not they have been asked those similar questions of other agencies. I'm just at a loss. I'm looking at this presentation from the governor's office and the PowerPoint presentation today, and the treasurer's budget is 2.9% of our state, but the recommended state budget from the governor's office, which is almost double like NDOC and the Department of Transportation and all these other budgets. So obviously I have some frustration that there's no one to ask about this. So, but that would be my question, I guess, to take back.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just kind of a quick question. I think it's the reverse of what my colleague was asking with the affordability analysis. Since last week, was the Treasurer's Office asked to somehow adjust the affordability of the general obligation bonds? And I apologize because I was kind of reading the report when you were speaking. So if I missed this, I wanted to understand, looking at the last biennium when we went into special session, and we utilized $269 million to complete or we're in the process, obviously, of still completing some of those CIP projects that were outlined in Assembly Bill 1 from the special session. Looking at this, I see it's $995 million for projects, programs as outlined in the governor's recommended budget. And then earlier we had heard something about an additional $75 million being pulled in. And I just didn't know if that was like inclusive of this 995 or if there were any asks for this number to be increased, anything like that, to cover some of the deficits from the budget. I know that's a lot, but I'm assuming Treasurer Conine will probably understand what I'm asking. Thank you so much.
Let's see. Senator Canizero, I think you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think that Assemblywoman Backus was sort of getting at the same issue that I wanted to ask about, just with the changes in that affordability piece of it and whether there had been requests for that or what the reasoning was behind that, if that could be explained to us why that had changed, and what would be contemplated by that additional number. And again, I think it's frustrating to be here and not have any answers to these questions for these budget hearings and to just be sort of dictating them so that they can be answered at a later date is frustrating, I think is the word. But thank you, Madam Chair. I think my questions were along the same lines and probably dependent upon some of the answers from Assemblywoman Backus's questions. And so hopefully we'll be able to get the answers to everyone else's questions as well, so that we can ask any follow-up that might be appropriate to get a better idea of what it is we're looking at in terms of bonding capacity, and how that may change if there were changes made to this budget, knowing that there may be some additional projects that we may consider or some projects that may need to be cut. And it's just tough to have, I think it's tough for me to ask that question. It's tough to have that conversation when we don't have answers here at the committee. So hopefully the follow-up will be with all of us so that we can ask then whatever follow-up questions we may need to have, which I think just illustrates, again, the importance of being here to answer those questions for all of us.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Yes, there is no other time in the next 2 weeks of budget hearings that we hear from the Treasurer's Office. Just to be clear, this is the one and only time that we had asked for some information. So the follow-up will definitely be when we're in session, and we may not have time by then because we'll all be in other meetings. Ms. Nagel, I do have a quick question. How many people are in the Treasurer's Office? Do you know how many employees?
I don't have the exact number, but I can get it for you.
Okay. All right. Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Nagel, for being here. I know that was not always your choice, but it's very kind of you to show up and professional of you to show up. Quick question, or I guess possibly to ask for, under the estimated future borrowing cost, there's information around the State Infrastructure Bank. So I don't know if there's already planned another time to go into the State Infrastructure Bank, or if that is something that Treasurer Conine is planning on presenting to us at a later date. But that is something that is often used for other areas when people refer to things. So it'd be nice to have more information about that if possible. Or if that's a separate hearing that the chair has already scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Assemblywoman Brown May has a question. But once again, this is something, this particular subject is something that we discuss every single time we have session in the odd number years in the budget hearings. So this is not a surprise. This is not a gotcha. This is on the schedule. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. As a person who formerly served as an executive assistant, I will say good on you. Thank you for being here to answer questions. My question is specific to the affordability analysis and assumptions. I'm sure Treasurer could probably address it if you'll bring it back. It identifies the volatility of the revenues, and due to that, the proceeds of mineral revenue projections have not been included in this analysis. I'm curious to know if at any other time the projections for minerals is included in an analysis. I think that just will help me wrap my head around what is our bonding ability. I know that it's also noted here that we are maintaining currently our AA plus bond ratings. I'm just curious to know if that's still accurate and up to date. Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nagel. We appreciate your time.
Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right, next agenda item is item number 6, and it's the Department of Transportation. Welcome back, everyone, and we will look for you up north. The presentation today from the Department of Transportation is Director Tracy Larkin and Thomason and her team. So, Director, please go ahead when you are ready.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Tracy Larkin Thomason. I am the Director for the Nevada Department of Transportation. With me to my left, your right, is Sandra Rosenberg, the Deputy Director for Planning and Administration, and to my right, your left, is Assistant Director Felicia Denny for over administration. I can't find her. I'm sorry, we're just trying to get the...
Looking for the presentation on the computer. Thank you.
Well, while they're finding it, I will tell you about the first slide. Again, Tracy Larkin, Director for the Nevada Department of Transportation. The first slide is just an NDOT background slide. It was a quick overview that we were established in 1917. Our headquarters are based in Carson City, and we are primarily divided throughout the state into 3 districts with the district engineers and assistants in them. District 1 covers southern Nevada, consisting of Clark, Nye, Lincoln, Mineral, and Esmeralda counties, with the headquarters in Vegas and a major maintenance station in Tonopah. District 2 covers northwest Nevada, Lake Tahoe, Reno Sparks, and basically out to Lovelock and down to Hawthorne. District 3 is the northeast and covers most of our rural areas in there. We have about 5,400 center lanes of highway that we take care of, along with about a little under 1,300 bridges that we maintain. We are only about 19% of the state highway system, but we cover well over 50% of the traffic. Obviously, a lot of that is the heavier traffic, too, on the state interstates. So when we get going, I'm going to move on to slide 2. And I'm going to just pretend that these are wonderful visuals that you have in your head. We're more than just roads.
We do have it in front of us, so
great.
Keep going.
All right, great. On slide 3, I'm sorry, it would be slide 3. We are more than just roads, and it's something I'd just like to put in that when I first started with the Department of Transportation, I was really focused on highways. As I've progressed, there's a lot more. So we do a lot with public safety. This is not just the normal plowing, but we have the freeway service patrol. We are first responders, particularly in the rural areas. In the more urban areas, we generally are more of a support responders, along with being first responders, depending on the highway. Also, we're doing a lot more these days with battery fires and fires along there, so training on there. Construction, we have construction consultant service and operational contracts. So we also, take care of the rest areas. We have, of course, our large construction program where we hire consultants, and we manage the traffic operations in the different districts. For multimodal transportation, we also do aviation. We inspect all the airports around the state except for Harry Reid and Reno Tahoe. There are about 42 airports around the state. They're for rail, obviously with Brightline, but we do have a fairly active rail program looking for grants and supporting the different rail systems around the state. Also working with UP on getting grants that, while they're grants that benefit the railroad itself, it also helps our highway system. Rural transit, we do fund rural transit in the rural counties and do other programs like Safe Routes to School. Economic development and support, and I put in this, it's not a straight one, but as most of you are aware that one of the first thing when companies come in or businesses want for it, it's what kind of access can they get, where can they improve the connectivity among the regions, and just it helps spur economic growth. And then environmental stewardship, we do air quality, particularly in the non-attainment areas, water quality like Lake Tahoe, stormwater runoff, wildlife crossings, and then multi-state coordination. This is something we've been really looking at more in the last 2 years. This is for supply chain management and real-time road conditions. Again, the lithium fires in California really emphasized that need for coordination between our road operations centers. So on number 4, slide 4, on major projects and studies, we've received Brightline. We received a $3 billion grant for the construction of the first high-speed rail from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. I do want to put that NDOT does oversee this, but there is no, and we get reimbursed for all the work we put on it, so there is no state funds that support this project. But then US 395, Phase 1 and 2, this is the North Valley project north of Reno. Phase 1 is currently under construction, and Phase 2 has just under an $89 million grant that will be going towards the project cost, which is approximately $200 to $250 million anticipated. The Ely Complete Street Project, downtown Ely, that was just awarded and will be starting later this year. It also received a $24 million grant and another $5, so $29 million grant, which covers just about half of the $64 million project. On the I-80 widening from Vista to USA Parkway, this was recently awarded 2 large federal grants that total $275.5 million. And the current estimated range for this project is about 525 to about 575. And then in addition to the major projects that are under construction, we're also working on, I should say the I-80, we're working towards design. We just received the grant funding, but we are finishing up the environmental study, and then there'll probably be about a year of geotechnical work and then start the work on there. But it's a major endeavor to improve that area going out to Trick. And then we also have the I-15 South design, the South feasibility study, and that's from State Line up to Sloan. Really important to really manage that area of I-15 and the access to it. Then we're working on design for Via Nobila, Neon Phase 2, and then statewide passing lane studies to really work on our improve safety, particularly along the U.S. routes 95 and 93. On slide 5, I want to say, as shown in the chart, NDOT utilizes highway user fees and federal aid to fund approximately 99% of our operations. And the federal aid program is a reimbursement program, and this requires upfront expenditure of highway funds. What is really pretty good about Nevada is because we have such a high federal lands in our state, most FHWA programs require only a 5% match. However, we do like to point out there's some programs do require a 80-20% match. And when it comes to the grant programs, which we were, mentioning in there, many times that match can be higher. So it just, for instance, the Tropicana interchange had a 60-40, so it was 60% federal and 40% state funds. So we use a lot of the state funds in our budget to match federal funds. There was the federal aid figures do reflect an increased amount of the reimbursement that was due to the passage of the federal bipartisan infrastructure law bill, which increased the federal aid apportionment to Nevada by approximately 20% in fiscal year 2022 and 2% each federal fiscal year thereafter through federal this federal fiscal year coming up, 2026. And that increased in federal aid, while real, again, beneficial, it does increase the amount of state match that we need to put in. And while the highway fund revenues have rebounded since the pandemic lows in 2020, they are not keeping pace with inflation, which we'll go over a little bit as we go on. We also want to mention, it's not shown on the bill, but the possibility of bonding, and this would be in the request in the executive budget for 4663. We just don't want that to be a surprise later. Then on slide 6, we're looking at the overall biennial, the 2025-2027 biennial budget, the revenue. And one of the things to note here as you look at it is our federal program is now becoming over 60% of our program. And to relate that, back in 1999, it was 29% of our program. 2009, it was 45, and then even just as recently as 2024, it was 40% of our program. So we have now kind of hit the balance where we are more of a federal program than a state, than a balance between the state and federal. On slide 7, the NDOT's 2025-27 the expenditures, and this shows how we use the highway funds. 70% of the funds go towards a construction project and construction engineering costs, so that's the majority of it. 7% goes towards administrative support, and the rest, and then the other, the category called other, is just like in-state travel, honor camp funds, really our minor budget accounts. Current challenges facing NDOT. Next slide. Here are the summaries basically of the table. I apologize, I'm a little bit disoriented getting towards it. This shows the different areas of preservation, TSMO, roadway capacity, but just this is basically our needs showing over the next year and over a 10-year period. And in that 10-year period, we're looking at about over $22 billion of needs in the different categories. Can you go back? Go back. Anyway, it averages about $2.2 billion a year is what, if we were going to keep pace with the needs that have been identified. Also note these are in 2024 dollars. On the next slide, it shows the basically the revenue coming in. And so with that, we're basically doing about half the program we should be doing to keeping up with our transportation program. So our average budget per year usually ranges, and this has been with grants, about $1 billion on that. So on the next slide, these are just some of the other challenges. When we talk about the trash, homeless, and theft, these used to be kind of things that were ancillary to our program. You know, we picked up trash, we dealt with it, but it has grown over the last several years to be kind of a program in itself. So it is about a little over between $10 and $11 million a year for trash and homeless abatement, and then there's another about $15 million in copper theft that we've been dealing with and getting extra security for throughout the state. So next slide. So the increase in construction costs, the big thing here is we're going to talk about the inflation. So starting in, it was the fourth quarter in 2020, now to the recent quarter the fourth quarter in 2023, we had an average increase of about 68% inflation. Most of that is in the different types of asphalt, concrete, and steel. Also in labor, the labor costs have gone up, but and the availability of skilled labor. Although I will say that is evening off some. Next slide, please. So in here you can show it's the construction costs, and this is in percentage. So the top is showing the percentage in the construction costs, which is that top one that shows that almost kind of going up like a side of a mountain at the end, showing the 68% on the bottom. And the bottom where you see the blue kind of moving over, that is actually showing the difference in percentage each year of the revenue. So it's always been, you know, I suppose that's always in any budget. Is there ever any really enough? But it is a big difference in the last couple of years. Next slide. And our budget request summary. So now we are on slide 15, and here's a list of our 13 decision units that NDOT is requesting approval for, and that came through. So on the next one is new positions. We are requesting a total of 30 new positions, 29 classified and 1 unclassified. A lot of the new positions are to cut down on the need to hire contractors, and then some are to looking actually for more internal controls on auditing and some contract compliance and consistency. So, and then the unclassified position is a rural communication specialist. That's one to work in our communications office. While we have a director of communications, I need one to actually really spend more time in the rural areas. That is particularly coming more and more, to me, more and more of an issue to actually stay abreast with what's going on in the rural counties. As we're really expanding, we have a lot more mining coming back in. The lithium mines are growing. There is more ports going in around the state. And as we look at I-80, the growth is, you know, it's just spreading along I-80. And then we're also seeing some other activity in the middle of the state. And to really keep communication with not only at the staff level, but also at their management level with their mayors and with their county managers and their elected officials out there. On slide 17, we have a request for 2 reorganizations. The E2226 is in environmental, and there is 6 environmental scientists and 1 environmental services engineer. These positions are all requested for Las Vegas area. Since 2010, the Fish and Wildlife Service and FHWA have required NDOT to directly provide desert tortoise construction monitoring in southern Nevada to meet permit requirements. And basically the biology program has been severely understaffed for more than a decade. We have relied heavily on consultants to provide the construction phase for the biology needs, except that it is very expensive, and we're not really getting the level of service that we need from them. And the issue with that really comes in that we run the risk of enforcement actions by the federal and state agencies when we don't take full care of it. And so since 2011, we spend about $1 million annually paying the consultants. And in 2018, we're also getting more requests from the federal government, FHWA, to better document the construction mitigation performance measures. Now, the second one, E228, is a reorg in the admin services where we would ask for 2 program officers positions. And this is really to keep a tighter consistency and uniformity on our agreements and contracts going out. Also, really watching the agreements and contracts from cradle to grave, basically, really looking in there, and also more uniformity in the negotiations on some of those. Slide 18, E806, that is the reclassification of 3 positions. One is a graphics technician to a public service information officer. Basically, the graphics technician is just more outdated. We really need something that's less of a, for design and printed materials and more to the kind of the paperless information exchange. For the pilot 2 to management, it's basically taking the non-technical administrative analysis related duties off the chief pilot to more, so that he can leave more time to apply the technical expertise to the duties of the flying and the aircraft management and the safety system goals. A lot of the other things are actually, though, making sure that there are training schedules. It's also schedules for just the manifest going through. And then the last one is the admin assistant 1 to a management analyst 1, and this is to align the grade. We have one in there that has been working out of class. We've reduced it, but the work still needs to be done that they're doing. So we want to reclass that admin assistant 1 to a management 1 to more align with the duties. On slide 19, the fueling system upgrade. This one has been going on for a lot of years, and it continues. If you look on the fueling one, we do have over 54 fueling stations around there, and we're also, this serves over 5,200 users around the state. So it's not just NDOT that uses it. It is law enforcement. It is first responders. If in the case of emergencies throughout the state, that often become the site, the core site for the incident, for incident control. And just recently, even last week, with the fires in Los Angeles, we were having, when the fuel was being cut off from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. It was one of those things where we were looking at how we could support our first responders by bringing in fuel from other parts of the state. Fortunately, that didn't last long. They were able to find a secondary power source to reset the line, but it's becoming more and more with the incidents going on, the weather incidences, and also the fires, the disasters that are going on, that we stay as prepared as possible and be ready to support not only NDOT but our fellow Nevadans. And then on the last, the 710, the new and replacement equipment. So on this, we're asking for, it is $24 million in the first year and $25.5 million in the second. We, going back to that, prior to the recession, we spent about $10 million a year on equipment, and we're not quite keeping up. 6 years, during the recession, we had no budget for equipment. We bought absolutely no equipment at all. And then after that, we started with $6 million a year. We just can't keep up with the rate of deterioration. And also, we have to point out that in just the cost of equipment, it was to purchase an F-150, just a pickup in 2020, was just under $32,000. In 2024, we bought the same one for $55,000, just the same specification. So just putting on, we also, though, we really want to thank, because this was, we had a $20 million in the last, that was approved in the last legislative session. We were number 49 in the nation for the condition of our fleet. We're inching up to number 48 now with the addition of the things coming in. But I also want to point out that when we replacement, it is based on all of the things, miles or hours, depending on the type of equipment, age, and condition. So if it's still in good condition, it doesn't matter if it meets the other two criteria. It really is, we want to maximize the use we get out of them, and we have some plows that still go back many decades that are still on the road. And then also we want to point out that a lot of the things that we're placing this year, you will see a list, obviously an itemized list later, but a lot of them are like stripers and loaders. Most of it's for heavy equipment. Then on the next one is for architecture. This is for the maintenance stations and rest areas. So we're still working around. We have cut back the architectural program quite a bit. We're asking for $9.5 million in for the Bewowie westbound, and that is for fiscal year 27. And then we'll also be looking at some other things with the Mount Charleston sprung built structure replacement, also at Mountain Spring. And what those sprung structures are is actually protects like our sand and salt piles for winter things. So it doesn't get affected by the weather. It also protects them. It provides the cover to prevent them from leaching off. So, and then the last thing is the replacement of the Nevada Shared Railroad. This is, fortunately, it is starting to wind down, but we are around the state. This is, it is a radio system that we are working in with, I apologize, I am apparently a little flustered today. The Nevada Shared Radio System.
It's all good. You're looking actually very organized.
Thank you. Reached the end of support by the manufacturer in December 2017. The Department of Transportation is the lead agency on behalf of the state of Nevada to replace the existing, and that was the existing land mobile radio, the LMR system, in partnership with two other infrastructure owners, Washoe County and NV Energy. Obviously, it is very vital to it around the state. It is taken a little bit longer than expected, but some of the sites came in, some of it just over time, some of the cost of the material, the construction material itself has increased, but also access to many of the radio sites, particularly in the rural areas or at the mountaintops, is only limited to a couple of months during the summer. And sometimes the sites are on the snow-covered mountain times and you just can't get up. So 2 years ago when we really had that really bad winter, it was very minimal advancement made on it. This year, it's so far, we're able to make some good strides right now, but it's to continue on. So that pretty much concludes I am going to make one last comment, although I want to also preface it by saying I don't have any information to share on it, but with the new change of administration at the federal level, there are executive orders coming out that we are watching very closely to see how it may or may not impact our programs. Like I said, I don't have more information at that time, but I just kind of as a side note, like I said, I don't want my motto is do not surprise you. I'd rather tell you a little something now and say that I'll clear it up later, or hopefully it's nothing. But that concludes it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate you being here in person. I appreciate you bringing us a succinct handout. And so we have questions, and I'll go to Senator Titus first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, for your presentation. And again, as our chair just mentioned, the thoroughness of it. I do have some questions, and I would hope that we will probably get some more details when it comes to the line item stuff for the presentation and subcommittees. But I'd like to go back to literally your third page, and you talk about aviation and the role there, and it just got just a blip on your radar. And as a pilot, I always think that it's the poor stepchild of the NDOT is the aviation program. And I think it's more than just your inspections. And I'm wondering if you have some dedicated folks to apply for grant for public safety, security at these airports, runway, all of those things. And I hopefully we'll get some more detail if you're not obviously prepared to do that today, but just saying that if there's more to it, I would hope it's not just inspection.
For the record, Sandra Rosenberg, Deputy Director over Planning and Administration. I can give you a little bit more information now, and then we can follow up in more detail. We do have a very small aviation program due to limited funding. We do have 2 positions that are primarily dedicated to inspections, but also you mentioned the grant funding. So the Airport Improvement Program, which is a federal program that flows to the general aviation airports that we coordinate with. We help facilitate that, as well as we do have the Fund for Aviation, which the legislature has approved, that goes to matching those programs. So we do facilitate a committee that oversees that and oversees the distribution of the Fund for Aviation to those airport inspection program grants. But as I mentioned, we are limited in terms of what NDOT can spend on our staffing and our contribution to the program. So it's primarily inspections, which are reimbursed by the federal government, FAA, and then facilitating those AIP grants. And I'd be happy to work with our aviation program and get you additional details.
A few follow-up questions, if I might, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for that, and looking forward to what grants are out there and what you folks are looking at. Page 4, the Brightline high-speed rail project. I know we'll get much more details. I'm just wondering if NDOT has any kind of projection of what the state of Nevada, if any, monies would be obligated if that project should fail.
Director of NDOT for the record. With all due respect, please don't say fail. But actually, at this point, we're not. The funding is looking actually quite bright. I talked very thoroughly with one of their leads last week and went over where they are on their funding. And at this point, I can't talk a lot about where they're getting all their funding from yet, but they have additional public access bonds. They have, so we're looking at right now about having more than half and more like 3/4 of it is secured. And then wrapping up in the final one, you will definitely get a more update and a more thorough update on where the funding's coming from and the timeline in future presentations. We can also have them come in on there. I recognize I have not really directly answered your question because at this point, we have the $3 billion grant, but we're not anticipating us being on the hook for anything.
I just want to make sure we're protecting the interests of Nevadans and that we're not making commitments that we then are obligated to do, especially with, as you mentioned, change of administration, et cetera. So looking forward to more information. Do you have any idea, if I might continue, Madam Chair, how much you brought up cost overrides and cost of equipment, personnel, et cetera. Do you have any idea at this point in time how many projects we have that have cost override issues with them, or have you peeled those back? Are we right now in the middle of any projects that you're looking at a budget increase that you didn't anticipate?
There were budget increases on like the Tropicana project, and some of them were due to utility delays that came in. Some projects have delays because we find there was unexpected site conditions that came in. And then we also have some projects where it is deliberate, where it's value added, like we are here and an opportunity comes up like for this year where we gain economies of scale. Most of them are on budget. There are planned. We do have ones, like I said, Tropicana had some overruns we're looking at closely watching some of the site conditions and the coordination with the railroad on the North Valley. I think we've allayed most of the delays due to the interaction, the coordination between getting the permits needed from the railroad. And then we also try to work very closely to see if it's part of the the critical path, or if there are other things that we can do if there is a delay in one area, other ways that we can work around and still keep things on schedule.
So is it then, to follow up on that, then it's your habit if there's cost overrides, you pull back on the project and you put it on hold until you make sure that's clarified?
It would depend on what the subject, I mean, for instance, like the Tropicana project, we can't really pull back on anything there. We are, at this point, we are at about 90% complete. It will be complete later on this year. I think it'll be about at the end of August, September. There is still some widening to do. The last part will be west of, actually west of the interchange on Tropicana, but hopefully start to move out of the I-15 right away.
And so while you're gathering your thoughts on, so with these overrides, the highway overruns, the highway fund has a capacity to cover those that were obligated?
For instance, on
It's
that
in
one,
good balance.
there would also be additional federal funds on that one. So if it's a federal project, and most of them are, actually, I want to say all of our major projects are federalized in one form. So like I said, there are matching parts, but we do add additional, for those overruns, we would also add additional federal funds.
And final question, I promise, Madam Chair. The inland ports you briefly mentioned, a moment ago about railways, and the inland ports are a very important component, I feel. And I'm wondering, the state's obligation with the rail system, is there where is the state obligated with these inland ports?
The state, NDOT specifically, doesn't have particular ownership of these things. We work very closely, or I actually try and work even more closely with UP, particularly along the northern line, which pretty much parallels I-80, and then they have some offshoots in the Fernley area. It goes down past, there's some that Silver Springs, different areas. We really work with them on getting grants. So basically, if they ask for grants, it has to come from NDOT. So we have to apply for them. And then we're more of a pass-through. And what we do is we actually just administer the funding part of it, just to make sure that they meet the requirements of that grant when they go through. So recently there is one, we had a $28 million grant in Elko, where they are improving they're doing some work at the Elko Depot. And the benefit there is to the traveling public is that will aid in, provide some relief to Amtrak. As you know, Amtrak in northern Nevada, it runs, but you could be getting on, if you're in Winnemucca, you could be getting on at 5 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock in the morning. You just don't know when it's really going to arrive. So to provide some more consistency and regularity in that, while that's not directly benefit to NDOT, is definitely a benefit to the state and the traveling public. Am I answering your questions correctly?
No, I'll reach out to you a little bit more. Many of these inland ports are in my district, and so I'm following them quite closely. So thank you for that. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the questions.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you again for the presentation. I just had a couple of quick questions. On the highway fund revenue slide, I see we have fuel revenue indexing in there, and we do have projections. So I know most people are pretty aware that we have at this point a potential vote coming up to continue FRI in Clark County during the upcoming biennium. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that a little bit and how that was factored into these projections. In other words, do these projections consider fuel revenue indexing continuing past the end of 2026 or not?
For the record, Felicia Denny with NDOT. These projections assume that it is not going to be continued, so that it would not be increasing. However, we're certainly hopeful that it does increase because it's been very helpful. The bill that passed that fuel revenue indexing does state that when there are bonds that are outstanding, the revenue is not decreased, and we have bonds outstanding, as does Clark County, so we're not showing any kind of reduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate I appreciate that. And again, I'm also optimistic that we can do something about this. But and I think that is the right way to approach the budgeting at this point. But I think it's also important that folks be aware that this is already impacting our ability to plan and construct projects. The fact that we do not currently have a solution in place for fuel revenue indexing. The other question I had was about the environmental reorganization. I know there was some mention there of some of the planning and other impacts related to impacts on desert tortoise population. I was just wondering if any of those additional expenses could potentially be covered through the wildlife crossings account that was created through AB 112 of last cycle. I know that you might not have been able to include that in this budget because there was a proposed reversion in violation of the statute for that program, but I'd like to know if that's something that you've looked into that could potentially assist with some of the costs related to that work.
We did receive $5 million. I'm sorry, Tracy Larkin, the Director for the Nevada Department of Transportation. We did receive a grant for wildlife crossings on there. I want to say it was $5 million. 16. Sorry. I think it was 16 million. Much better. $16 million for the wildlife crossings. And we were looking at that, actually the funding you meant to be the matching funds for it. We're kind of in a hold and see where things land right now, but we do have the $15 million to put towards the wildlife crossings, tortoise crossings.
Just to add
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Felicia
Go
Denny
ahead.
for the record with NDOT. Just wanting to provide a tiny bit more information is that when we do have positions working on projects, we capture just the amount of time that they're directly working on that project and seeking federal reimbursement for that. So it's likely that they may qualify for a fractional share, but we would have to look into exactly what they'd be doing to see what qualifies. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, I just wanted to make sure that we start having that conversation because the money that is set aside within that fund can support not only the construction, and of course that is what we want to try and get those funds because as you noted, we can get a 95-5 match for those projects, but it also supports some of the planning and other kind of environmental compliance work associated with those projects. So when I did see that reorganization, I just wanted to make sure that we had it. And again, I want to congratulate you on applying for and receiving that $16 million federal award to support some of this crossing work. And we'll continue to be in touch because, again, that money cannot be illegally reverted. And we've heard some assurances earlier today that those errors in the budget are going to be addressed. So the whole purpose of that was to help provide the match for grants such as the one that you just mentioned. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the questions.
Thank you very much. Additional questions, comments from the committee? All right. Thank you very much. Thank your team for being here. Thank you for being worried for the state of Nevada as things move forward. And we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, believe it or not, we're on the last agenda item for the day, public comment. This is the second and last period of public comment on the agenda. As a reminder, due to time considerations, each person providing public comment will be limited to not more than 2 minutes. Please remember to state and spell your name for the record and then begin your statement. To call in to provide testimony, you will be dialing 888-475-4499. When prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 883-1454-2928 and then press pound. When prompted for the participant ID, you will just press pound again. The calling information is also provided on the agenda, and I will begin with public comment in Las Vegas. Then I will move to Carson City, and then we'll go to the phone. So anyone here in Las Vegas that would like to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City? Seeing none, we will go to the phones. BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working, and there are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there? Majority Leader, I'm sorry, did you raise your hand and I missed you?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Obviously, today has been a day. And I know I sort of topped off the hearing and appreciate the indulgence of you and the members of the committee for letting me kind of outline some of the concerns that we have been digging into since those of us electeds have had a chance to take a look at the governor's budget. I again just want to reiterate that there were many things about this budget, not one thing, not one ongoing expense that just had to be accounted for. There were many things in this budget that were contributing to a structural deficit, which was admitted in this hearing today before us, and for which we heard some testimony around changes to bring that structural deficit down, and have been advised that there will be on budget amendments that may be coming our way. I began the meeting by illustrating some of that with the structural deficit of somewhere between $300 and $400 million. That's just a structural deficit. There were also ongoing issues with where one-time money was coming from, as it was being appropriated out of funds and sources that were inappropriate and legally not allowed to be swept or were not accounted for properly. There is a $1.8 billion increase in general fund operating expenditures in this proposed budget over the biennium, which is driving a lot of that. And that we had some questions, which I think some of which were answered with respect to some of the policy bills that we are expecting to see from the governor's office. That said, I think that there has been a lot of answers to our questions, which I certainly appreciate from the governor's chief of staff and from the new people over at the governor's finance office this morning, to not only recognize that there was, in fact, a budget presented to us that has a wide assortment of errors, not just one, and an acknowledgement that they are working to diligently try to fix some of those, including things like sweeping $90 million from the campus of Hope, which is not money that can be swept, and which is a project that is ongoing and that we are obligated to pay for. There are many things contributing to the deficit and to the issues with this budget. It is not a $250 million over the biennium cost for ongoing raises for our hardworking teachers and educators and staff who are educating kids in our classrooms. And so I want to be very clear that today's hearing is the first of what I think will be many for us to kind of dig into all of the details of this. And I expect that we are going to see many changes, not just changes to whether or not we are going to continue to fund raises for teachers. That's something that I have very personally been public about in upcoming legislation that I'm working on for this session. But it is beyond that, and that is not the reason, and nor should we look to place blame on educators for a budget that was presented to us that has more than just one particular error, and for which that is not an excuse for presenting a budget that is not balanced. There is nothing about raises that means we can't receive as a legislature, nor that it cannot be proposed a balanced budget. And so I really do hope that what we have talked about today, and certainly what even some of our colleagues and my colleague in the Senate has said, that we can work together, because we owe it to Nevadans to try to find a solution. And placing the blame on one particular group of individuals who are included in this budget is not the answer. And again, there are many things that were wrong with this budget, not one. And so I'm looking forward to, again, having more conversations about this and hopefully engaging in what are some very productive conversations about how it is that we get to a final endpoint with this budget that makes sense for Nevadans and funds this state for the next 2 years in a responsible fashion. So I appreciate the time again, Madam Chair, and just hope that we can all agree to move forward in a very productive fashion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will just say in closing, I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, and I really worked hard for my students. And I loved teaching kids. And I did it for a disgracefully low salary. And even in this position here for a disgracefully low salary, I promise you I had nothing to do with the governor's budget. So I just want to put that on the record. And with that, we will be back at it again tomorrow to hear budget presentations from the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, Department of Business and Industry, Office of the Military, Department of Corrections, and the Department of Veteran Services. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank all of you for being here today. See you in the morning at 8:30.